I'm for it. Let's do it.
Here we go. We are live. Welcome to Epic Mock 25. This is day 3 of Epic Mock 25. Rounds 4 through 7 are going to be coming at you in about 4 minutes. I'm here with Will and Anthony. And Will, it's good to see you. How are things?
Always a pleasure. I just switched sides for a second there. I'm doing good, man. I'm really enjoying, this kind of exercise with like 32 teams of GMs and not just one. I love the collaboration aspect of this because it makes it, I think, way more realistic than me just working against the simulator. No offense to simulators, but this has been a great exercise so far, even with its share of frustrations and joys and disappointments.
Yeah, Anthony. It's good to see you. I guess you were on a Bears podcast for the first couple days.
Yeah. Well, so night 1, I was with Bear Review. And those guys, it was a fun time. It helped facilitate our round 1 trade that we wound up agreeing to. And then night 2, I was doing a lot of tweeting and tagging and all that fun stuff for all those picks. So now back to the on-air side of it for day 3. We got 160-ish picks or something like that in front of us. So I am locked and loaded and ready to go.
Yeah, so it's been a fun 3 days, and while you might see some complaints because you may have seen my reaction, I was not a fan of the Ty Felton pick to my Buffalo Bills for a few different reasons. And one of the reasons is it's amazing what's available at round 4. There's at least 5 players that I said, wow, I would have expected them to go around pick 80, and we're at pick 103, and they are still on the board. So, Anthony, who are your best available players as we get warmed up and ready to go with this?
Yeah, I think you have to start with the running backs. I was just looking at the board, and you could scroll up if you want to. I don't think we've had a running back taken in 50 picks or something like that.
Been a while.
I think the last one was Caleb Johnson. So there's still, and we've talked ad nauseum about the depth of the running back class and how good there's a lot of these guys are. So I think the running back class is an obvious place to start. I think D tackle got absolutely just ransacked yesterday. So if you're hoping for a D tackle, you might be struggling a little bit. But there's still some good edge guys, I think, on the board. Mm-hmm. Quarterbacks, we haven't seen any of the quarterbacks except for the obvious early ones. But quarterback is still very plentiful, and there's obviously mixed feelings about the class, but there's a lot of intriguing names that I think are still available.
Yeah, I follow pretty closely. One of the first things I do in draft season is I start building composite boards, not just mock draft consensus, but lean on that, and also Draft Scout, and then when NFL comes out with their rankings, and then several mocks. Any mock that I'm in, I will enter it into the database for composite rankings. And I feel there's not really a big surprise. The quarterbacks and running backs, I think, have gone even later than this in most exercises that I've been in. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do even for the NFL, because there's so many different guys. There's multiples of certain types of guys, right? So there's no pressure to take one. There's not as much pressure to take one unless you think you're really missing out on a tier. Whereas I feel like the next group of running backs is just about what flavor do you like? What flavor ice cream are you into?
I think there is about 2 or 3 running backs that I would say are not a huge gap by any means, but I would say a step up from the other guys. But I think I agree with your overall point. There is just a large cluster of good running backs that I think you'll see in these first 2 rounds here. Sure. And it very much is what your flavor is, what your style is, what you're looking for, that kind of thing. That's certainly going to be a big factor. But yeah, I'm excited to see where the running backs and the quarterbacks wind up is I think
Like it's a
fascinating.
little bit of a game of chicken, Anthony.
Yeah,
It's everybody's waiting on everyone else.
yeah,
So we'll
true.
see. There are so many. Like my one of my cohorts on Steeler Fury, Corey Korbowski, said about a month ago, like you could put the top 25 running backs name in a hat and pull one out, and you'd be like, all right, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm glad my team drafted him. you
Right.
know, so
Yeah.
it's what you can only draft so many running backs in one draft. So there's a lot of teams that already have stud running backs, and so there's even less pressure for those guys because honestly, there are going to be guys that don't get drafted that'll end up being starters in the league.
I legitimately think if every single team in the NFL at some point drafted a running back in this draft, you probably could justify it. Like
Yep.
I think it's that good of a class, and obviously teams don't really. There are some teams just don't need a running back, but
Yeah.
just get one. Just get one from a good class. Have the depth. Have the injury security blanket, whatever it is.
Sure.
It's worth it in my
Well,
opinion.
5 hours from now, we get to the end of the draft. I'll point out like 5 running backs, I promise you, that are not
Yep.
going to get drafted or didn't get drafted that are going to be good players in the league, right? So I guarantee you, I've been, I think this is the 5th or 6th time I've done a 7 round. Well, I should say 3rd or 4th time I've done at least 7 rounds. And there are running backs that didn't get taken. Even in drafted team where 21 teams picked 2 running backs each, there were guys left off who I think are really excellent running backs. So that kind of crazy, I've never seen anything like it. People want to talk about defensive tackles this year. There's a lot of good ones, but this running back class is we'll never see another one like it.
Yeah, not at least for not some time for sure.
Speaking of running backs, the top player on the board for me, I'm most sort of unexpected that he's not gone yet, is Jalen Milroe, the quarterback from Alabama.
I am surprised as well, and I understand the the work that you're going to need to put into Jalen Milroe, but I do think the upside is so high, and kind of what we talked about, like we haven't seen any quarterbacks go off the board since the first round quarterback of Palooza that we had. So like I do think one of these I am surprised, I should say, one of these teams that didn't get a quarterback early hasn't just kind of thrown the dart, in
Right.
this first in the last like 20 or so picks. I would be shocked. I'm not spoiling the Jets potentially, but I would be shocked in the next like couple dozen picks if like Jalen Milroe doesn't wind
Well,
up somewhere.
I'll be honest with you. I said in the chat last night, if you happen to see it, that that player we just mentioned feels like it might be a pretty good fit for the team you just mentioned. So I don't want to.
Hey, and it's okay to talk about the players that haven't been picked.
I know, except for it's Anthony's right here in the room with me picking for the Jets. So like I don't want to like preempt him, like later. But it just feels like NFL teams like to have backup quarterbacks or young quarterbacks with someone else, the starters on the roster who has a similar style, because it just makes it so much easier to plug them in, practice, run an offense. So there's hard to find a better match in the NFL for Jalen Milroe than the quarterback in New York.
Yeah, and I do think, in real life, if we got to this point and the Jets, had a sort of similar draft to what I've done, where they didn't take a quarterback early and they've kind of just tried to build up the offense as a whole, and we got to pick 110 and they used it on Jalen Milroe,
Yeah,
I would be perfectly fine with that. I would have no problem, because you're not going to force, you're still going to ride with Justin Fields, which is fine. You actually have 2 guys on the roster that can help with his growth and have at least a similar skill set, that he brings. So if our quarterback solution in this draft is 110 Jalen Milroe, I'm happier with that than 7 Shador or 7 Dart or whatever.
So let's shift gears because we got picks flying in, man. We're going to run out of time.
Wow, they're really flying in.
Terrence Ferguson is somebody that early in the process I had maybe in the top 3. As the year went on, I started seeing, like, instead of my puppy love crush on him, I started seeing some of the reasons why he might go a little bit lower. But I do think that there's potential there for him to. he's one of those guys that's like a scheme fit. If he fits your scheme and does the kind of stuff that you like tight ends to do in your scheme, and like Cincinnati is a perfect fit for him. I think he could be very successful with that.
Sorry, I'm taking this 107 pick, so I'm in the process.
Oh, got it. Well, while you're talking about that, I'll go to Restrepo. I've watched every snap of Cam Ward's in his entire college career back to his freshman season at Incarnate Word, and I thought that his relationship with Restrepo was excellent. The thing I said about Restrepo, it didn't surprise me so much that he was slow at the when he ran his 40, whether he's injured or whatever, because I feel like he plays like a tight end. He plays almost exactly like Travis Kelce. So his blocking, his ability to find space, his ability to work with his quarterback, like almost ESP to get open, is like a tight end. So you're basically just getting us. And he blocks great, blocks better than Kelce. So in a way, that his speed issue doesn't bother me, and I feel like he's going to be a better NFL player than his testing.
And I'm not going to sit here and say 4.83 is a time that I'm excited about, but speed was never. That's not how he wins. That's not his game as a receiver. That's not how he became Miami's most successful statistically wide receiver in school history. I love this pick for the Titans. You put him back together with Cam Ward, the Miami connection that they had. You get him another weapon and a kind of weapon that I don't think they really have in Tennessee right now. Somebody that can win in the slot. Like you said, he is very much like a tight end, except smaller and a little faster than that. But I like Xavier Restrepo a lot in this spot, and I do think he'll be a good pro despite the athletic limitations that I think we saw firsthand.
So Kyle Kernard is a guy that statistically lit up the SEC this year, and it was on part of a great defense. So sometimes it's a little scary to project a guy who is really like at Georgia, where everybody around him is an NFL player, and that's sort of what the situation was with Kennard. But I kind of like. It's hard not to like his season. He won in a variety of ways. He feels like has a lot of speed to power. So I'm a little surprised there were guys that went ahead of him at the edge position that I was a little surprised that they did.
I agree with you. He's top 75, somewhere like that on my board. So I think this is a good value. I think he's good depth behind Thibodeau and Brian Burns for the Giants. He doesn't have the greatest traits ever, but productive. I think he's got good hands. I think he's smart. Showed a lot of improvement from his time at Georgia Tech. So I think he's solid for the Giants there. If you'll indulge me, I'll talk about my 107 pick that I made.
Of course,
yeah. So for those who aren't aware, I traded Breece Hall in our scenario here for a couple different picks. They were actually both 2026 picks, and I also got Luke McCaffrey from the Commanders.
Nice.
So added another receiver to the team as well. RJ Harvey, I understand the running back class is deep. I get that. There's other very good running backs that we will see come off the board. There's, in my opinion, zero reason RJ Harvey should have made it to 107. I really believe, I have him higher than Caleb Johnson on my board. I really believe that he is like a top, 65, 70 player in this class.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just so explosive. In terms of pure home run hitters, it's probably like him and Trevion are like the top two, just guys that'll just blow past you and you're not going to catch him guys. But I also think he's quick on his feet. I think he's a really good receiver out of the backfield. I really think he could be like a Breece Hall light of sorts, right? And you're getting him in the fourth round, cheaper, ideally healthier than what Breece is offering right now. Part of the reason I moved Breece is we're going to wind up paying him next year if he's still on the team. So here you get a cheap guy that I think fits well with Braylon Allen,
Yeah.
who's been a very nice addition to the backfield for the
Well,
Jets. So,
honestly, Anthony, I think Harvey has a chance to play over Braylon Allen because he can pass protect.
oh yeah,
So
no,
Braylon
100%.
Allen's thing is like he's a stunt runner. He's like one of those pass rushers that just pass rushers. Great runner, but sometimes you just need to have a guy that if, looks like you're in a run situation, except for you're going to have him pass block and play action or something. So he's more of a rounded. Those players play in the league faster at running back.
Yeah, no, 100%, and that is kind of I think the goal for me in this scenario is we would sort of recreate, because I think Brees and Braylon is a great 1-2 punch to have when they're healthy and they're
Sure.
on the field, and the Jets offensive line is playing somewhat well, at least. It works that way. So in this scenario, I think Harvey can bring a similar skill set that Brees brings right now. But again, just cheaper and healthier. I'm a big RJ Harvey guy, so getting him at 107, I'm very happy with that.
Nice. I just want to talk about Kobe Bryant. I love Jahdae Barron, and I do think he's maybe a nice piece because he's been really consistent playing inside and out and being successful at both. But I kind of got the feeling Kobe Bryant is the best slot, like the best nickel corner in this class. I love his physicality for his size. Like, I think you kind of need to have a guy that thinks he's 6'2", 200, but is plays like that, but has the quicks of a smaller guy. So I do feel like he's not always the biggest dog in the hunt or the biggest guy in the fight, but he gives it to you pretty good. And I just really appreciate. I feel like that nickel corner has become more and more important in the NFL. I'm a broken record. Jim's heard this 5 times. I feel like nickel corner is approaching even edge rusher as being important in the NFL because of the style of play. And if you can't find a guy that's physical and can cover people and can blitz and can tackle, it doesn't matter if he's a good cornerback. So I love that. I love that choice.
I agree with you. I will say too, Kobe Bryant was, if RJ Harvey had gone before 107 or 110, wherever I would have picked, Kobe Bryant was somebody I was considering for the Jets as well, because we could use that kind of tough nickel corner. I think Aaron Glenn would enjoy his feistiness.
Sure.
But I think that's kind of what you sort of outlined there is why I struggle with Jahdae Barron, because on the one hand, for me at least, when I look at corners and I decide which corners I'm going to enjoy, like, and highly rate on my board, I'm a sucker for size. I'm a sucker for arm length. I'm a sucker for those physical traits, because for the cornerback position, I feel like they really do make a difference more than I would say physical traits make a difference for other positions on a team.
I would say I agree with you. It depends on your scheme, but please continue.
Sure. Yes. No, totally fair point. Just kind of in a broad sense, I would say. But Jahdae, based on that, is not he does not meet those. He does not have the arm length. He does not have the height. He doesn't have the wingspan. He doesn't have those things. But he brings you more or less like everything else you could want. He can play man and zone. He has the fluidity in coverage. He has good ball skills. He has those things. And like you said, we have seen this sort of emergence of the slot nickel corner. Cooper DeJean is like the obvious example now. The impact that he and Quinyon Mitchell also, but both of them made for the Eagles, basically took their bottom 10 defense and turned it into a defense that led them to a Super Bowl.
Well, and Trent McDuffie and L'Jarius Sneed before that, right?
Yes.
So you can see it. You can see it coming around. Meanwhile, I root for a team that had Mike Hilton, who was one of the best nickels in the league. They've refused to pay him every year. Like, they had him as an extended rates free agent, making league minimum while he was almost a Pro Bowler, and then let him walk for nothing. And we haven't had anybody since then that can play. So I don't know. I maybe that's why it feels so important to me. I love Noel Williams as a cover guy, and I actually think it's kind of a scheme fit for Buffalo. Jim can speak more to this. Here's what I worry about: drafting kids from California to play in Buffalo. You better have some intel that kid likes winter?
So the intel, that's a good question there, Will. Cal is the most scouted school by Buffalo.
Yeah, and
Like, so one of our Bills guys tracks where the scouts go during the
sure,
college football season.
yeah,
So it's unique for Buffalo to scout that conference.
yeah,
Like it's abnormal to scout that conference, much less that school, because it's not like they're like the only other player is that Teddy Buchanan, right? So like if a scout's going to Cal, it's either Jaden Ott,
for next
Teddy
year. Yeah.
Buchanan, or Noah Williams.
And they didn't know
No,
Jaden wasn't going to come out, so yeah, that's
yeah.
true.
So we're reading tea leaves, trying to be predictive that we think that Buffalo is pretty high on Noah Williams.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So
I get it, and if you've ever spent a summer in San Francisco, it's roughly like Buffalo. Summer in San Francisco, for those who don't know, it is really freaking cold. And I'm an East Coaster. It's what we have in late winter in New York City is not as bad as San Francisco in the summertime. I was at a music festival July 4th weekend, bundled up to the max in a ski jacket. So I guess that does count. What do you make of David Walker? Have you or Gunnar Helm? Whichever one you like to take, Anthony.
I'll take Gunnar Helm because he was a guy I was a lot higher on, like 2.5 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I really try not to be the guy that watches them test and be like, well, he's terrible now, and I'm not gonna, I got to drop him this far on my board, whatever. We just had the conversation about Xavier Restrepo, but it's tough to see a guy, and I know he had the injury at the combine that obviously didn't help things, but it is kind of tough to watch him test not great and still justify. I had him like teetering on second round, like early third was where I had him initially. He has since kind of fallen to like mid to late third, so I mean this is still good value in my mind, but he really emerged this year, I think, as a receiving weapon. I think he was a good blocker. That was sort of his calling card. But he emerged as a good receiver with good hands for Texas last year. Quinn Ewers was not helpful, I think, for his development at times. But I like this for the Eagles too, and I wonder if this precludes a Dallas Goedert move in our simulation here. That's something that's been talked about in real life as well, so that could be on the table. But yeah, I like Gunnar Helm at this spot.
Did Helm run again at Texas Pro Day or not?
I feel like
twisted his ankle right before his 40, so I wasn't sure if he was running again.
Yeah, I feel like I remember he did. I couldn't tell you what the time is offhand, but yeah, I remember.
Not that it matters that much. I'm just curious.
Yeah, and there was like the picture of like his swollen ankle or whatever. So like I'm not holding that against him too much, but
no, he plays faster than that.
You kind of wish he could have tested and like been like, oh wow, he's actually pretty athletic. Because I think that's a criticism, right? When you watch his film, he isn't the most athletic, tight end that you're ever gonna see for a guy that's 250 pounds. So.
Well, don't get me started on the testing. The fewer and fewer prospects are testing. It's making it, and I personally like as long as we get access to all the RFID data that teams have throughout the year, I'm okay with them not testing. But to never get any data feels like a disservice to the people who are so draft crazy like us. Because it is, yes, film is great, but once in a while, like you need to get a sort of a verification on someone's athleticism that puts it in context. David Walker, I think it's actually, it's hard when you watch a small school pass rusher to know what they're really going up against. But I feel like he is so. If you see guys that are that dynamic at that level, it generally carries over. What's the guy that went to play for the Ravens for a few years? I really liked him when he was coming out, but you could just tell it was like a different, like a different kind of bend and aggression and superiority at that level that sort of stuck out. So I like that about him. You like Quincy? You like Quincy Riley, Anthony?
I do. So he was another one that I had on the table for 107. If it was basically it was RJ Harvey or one of those two, him or Kobe as one of those two corners. Um,
You got a
Quincy
good
Riley,
board then.
yeah. Well, because Quincy Riley is another guy. I have him in my top 80. So I think it was a good value. The Jets need another corner, I think. And I think we'll be looking at one later as the Jets come up. But yeah, Quincy Riley's interesting. I think people, because he played outside at Louisville, people think he has that outside slot flexibility. I do see him more as a slot guy, but that said, I think he can be a very good slot corner. I think he's got the fluidity, hips move well. He's very fast. I think he was like a high school sprinter, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. And he ran like a 4.4 at the combine. So he has the speed, has the athleticism. It really just comes down to size, and maybe this is just me being. I don't think we can take every 190-pound outside corner and say, well, what about Trent McDuffie? And we just use that as like
Well, except that the receivers are getting smaller. The outside receivers are getting
Sure.
smaller. So there is this, college football effect, right? So
Sure, that's fair. But I still would worry if you run into the Bengals, for example. And they've got Higgins and Jamar Chase on the outside. It's like, well, I'm going to throw Quincy Riley at them. I'd be a little nervous. So, but and that's a valid point. And to that point, I think Quincy Riley has the athleticism to keep up with these smaller, shiftier wide receivers. So I like him a lot. Like I said, I have him like around like 80 something, I think, on my board. So it's a good value spot. Who wound up taking him?
Carolina.
Carolina. Yeah. So I like that. I like that fit for them. They also got Jonas Sanker, who I think is a very underrated safety in this class. So those are two nice picks, I think, to kind of start like you're getting good secondary value, I think, at this point.
So you guys, there's always like a cat when you're in middle school or like maybe 8th grade, 9th grade. There's like a cat who plays on your basketball team who looks like he's 35 years old. He's got a beard and, it's like just hit puberty early. That's Dylan Sampson. Dylan Sampson looks like he's 35 years old, right? He looks like an old guy. But if you like this sort of like one cut, a stocky, sort of a archetyped running back, old school type, I feel like that's Dylan Sampson. He's got some juice.
Yeah. I think people are a little too, because I think in recent history we think of Jalen Wright coming out, and not as recent, but like Alvin Kamara and like these guys that are just like these long speed, just they're gonna just blow past you, and kind of more of like the home run hitter that I was talking about. I don't think that's not really Dylan Sampson's game, and I'm not saying he's slow by any means, but he is more of that. He'll run between the tackles. He can get physical, but still has some athleticism and some breakaway speed. So more of an all-around guy than I think you would think of normally for these Tennessee backs we've seen. But I like him a lot. I will also say I think I can take credit for starting a bit of a running back run here, because now we've seen 4.
Well, I mean, it's been. I feel like people are now satisfied they've waited long enough, but it's the other guys on this list are the fallers, the people are like, I can't believe he's still on the board, got to take him. And I feel like the fallers are going to overtake the running, because now that enough running backs have been picked, the fallers are going to take over now and get back in. Like, for instance, we'll skip it. I mean, Bashal Tutin, beep speed, a lot of fumbles. So this is an issue that a team will have to like overcome to take him. But after that, Jonas Sanker, safety. Safety is a position in this draft that's kind of thin. So you might be thinking, well, this is my chance to get a safety that I like. If I wait too much longer, I might not get one. And then like something like Cam Williams. Cam Williams, was it like just before the Senior Bowl? I think people were talking about Cam Williams in the first round. So being picked ahead of Kelvin Banks. So That's a big call for him.
Yeah, Cam Williams, and I understand why he fell because there's a lot. He's sort of, in a way, he's like Jalen Milroe, but for tackles, like there's a lot to work with. You see how he could become a great player, but the fundamentals are not great. He needs a lot of work. His feet are not good. So he just needs to clean up a lot of his game, but the pure physical traits and tools are there to be a dominant tackle in this league. So getting him here, I think at 117, if anytime I think you land a guy on day 3 that you can still imagine that player being one of the best at their position, I think that's inherently a good pick. Now, again, we'll see. Time will tell with Cam Williams. I think he does need to get in the right situation to be a good player, but that kind of value, I think it's really tough to pass on.
And are you familiar with Jonas Sanker from Virginia, the safety?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm familiar.
Watch him a little, but I haven't really scouted safeties so hard this year. So
yeah, he's a bigger guy. He's like 6 foot, 200 something pounds.
Yeah.
But he's a bigger guy. He's not a super athlete, but he's a bigger guy. Tackles really well, I think. Fairly rangy, I would say, for his size.
Yeah, 6'004", 204. But get this though. Here's the athletic weirdness. He had the same 40 time as short shuttle, which is an anomaly you're not going to see very often.
Yeah.
So for a safety. I feel like if that's your numbers, then you got to have instincts, and I feel like he's got some, but he certainly looks the part, and I can see why it would be intriguing to somebody, especially in this class.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, getting him and who was it? Quincy Riley. They also got So two guys that they're not gonna. Two guys that they're not going to be like day one great starters right out of the gate, but over time, absolutely could see them being an integral part of a secondary that can be successul.
Hey, listen, there are no bad picks for Carolina. They need everything. So.
That's kind of true, honestly.
It'd be fun to pick for a team. I mean, I still my team still has aspirations that they're a contender. So
yeah. So do mine, or at least the fans of mine do. I don't know if the team actually does, but
yeah, maybe not. We didn't mention a couple of picks out of that. I think Barrett Carter is a player for me that's much lower on my board than he is on other boards. I don't love his instincts, and I don't love his tackling ability, which for linebackers, especially linebackers who are not the best testing, athletic, explosive guys, I feel like you put all that together, and it's like, wow, I wonder if that would be successful. Once again, in the right scheme, I'm sure there's somebody who can use that tool. If he went to Philly, they'd probably figure out some way to make a thing out of him. Figure some job that he's really good at and throw him into it. But I worry about linebackers who are not good at those things.
Yeah, I agree with you. I wish he was just more of a rangy kind of athletic guy that could cover the field more. He's not really that. I remember there was a time where people were talking about him as like potential top 50 pick, and this was a while ago. I don't see that now, but he was getting that hype at one point. And I also think
Patrick Queen is a sort of a guy like that. You think he should be better than he actually is in terms of what he can do, because you look at him and he looks like a linebacker and he runs fast or whatever, but it doesn't all come together somehow.
Yeah. Linebacker is another position too. You were saying how safety's thin. I think linebacker, very thin in this class. It's basically like Jahad Campbell, and then Jalen Walker if you have him as a linebacker, which I don't. But
Schlesinger, that guy can flat out ball.
Yeah, but even still, like you have those two, and then there's like a cliff, and then there's a couple. I think guys are worthy of like round 2 or like mid day 2 picks, and then there's like another cliff, and you get into this range where it's like Barrett Carter, guys like Jeffrey Bassa, Danny Stutzman, like those
You know
kinds.
what? Though? I feel like there's still some good coverage linebackers, and for me, I got at least 5 that I wouldn't mind in this range that I would probably take ahead of Barrett Carter. I don't want to make the Arizona GM like mad at me. In your system, maybe you have a plan for how to use them, and it might work out great. But yeah, I feel like there's usually a lot of downhill guys, and that's when people say the linebacker class is deep. But I would say there's not as many downhill guys this year, but there are more. Like I explained this on a podcast on this channel a few months ago, that I started classifying linebackers in different roles. Downhill, coverage, all around, and blitzers. And I feel like that's the 4 groups that people figure out how to use in the NFL. And we have more coverage guys in this draft than in several years. It's been a long time. So I feel good about that. But yes, the all around guys and the downhill guys are pretty thin.
And I'll say too, as sort of a teaser, if you will, I've started watching linebackers for next year, 2026 draft. Guys that'll be eligible. Obviously, we don't know who's going to play, but I feel a lot better about that linebacker class to come than what we have in front of us. And I think part of that reason is because there's just more versatility of what guys are bringing to the table as more just complete linebackers that can do, they can tackle, they can defend the run, but they can also drop back in coverage. They can also be rangy and cover the whole field, be sideline to sideline. Like they can do all of these different things, at least at some kind of high level. Whereas like a lot of the guys that we're going to see now, which is the bulk of this linebacker class, they're either, in my mind, like role specific, where they can do like one thing really well and that's it, or they kind of are just like average, like across the board. They don't really do anything well, but they're good enough where they can get like a special teams role or like a depth piece role, that kind of thing.
Well, it's once in a generation you're going to find a Fred Warner in this range. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they come, but you got to get a little lucky too.
Yeah.
Jordan Phillips, I feel like is a former wrestler, typical for that. Like stuff that you like in a defensive tackle. Tested extremely well in the explosion numbers. There are times when he doesn't have as much base as you think he would with that wrestling, background, but I feel like it's probably a little bit more related to technique. And I imagine that's a guy who's going to end up being a better pro and more of a household name. 3 years only. He's very young. I think he's still 20 years old. So only 3 years in college, and very dedicated guy. I know some people that know him personally, and that he's, he said when he was in 8th grade, like the first day of football practice, that he was going to go to play D1 football. He was going to play for 3 years, and he was going to make it to the NFL, and he was going to be a star. So far, so good for the Jordan Phillips plan.
Yeah. There's a lot.
So, Will, you are on the clock.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Did we skip Tampa Bay? Is that what happened?
So Tampa Bay timed out, and the way I'm running this is that a team that times out after you pick, I'm assigning Tampa Bay the highest ranked running back.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, Jeremy, we're good on the pick, right? We're on the clock. Oh wait, you're muted now. Never mind. Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, so I was going to say, I think we're still, on par to take that running.
We'll run to the. I think we'll run to the podium like a running back. How about that?
Yeah, Martinez or fourth.
Yeah, we got it.
And I think
yeah. So the Steelers are selecting, and I'll explain since we have a second and we're waiting on the next pick. I think he's a really unique prospect in this class at running back for a couple of reasons. One is he played in a completely different scheme at Oregon State as a heavier running back, and he was playing in a gap scheme and had the average 6.2 yards a carry and was like a workhorse running back. And then he transferred to Miami, dropped a couple of pounds, and was playing as like their change up to Cam Ward and was he was more involved in pass protection and like he I felt showed a lot of versatility, and I feel like he is he's very good at being scheme agnostic, which I think is a big help as a running back, because you never know. Right now they have Arthur Smith, but next year they might have somebody completely different. So if you're going to invest in a running back, I feel like that's a good thing. Secondly, he was first in college football, not only this year, I think possibly last year as well, in short yardage conversion, third and fourth and short. He had the highest percentage in college football, which for the Steelers, they have two guys that are nice players in Kenny Gainwell and Jalen Warren, but they're not really short yardage guys, and they're not 4-minute offense guys. I feel like that's great. And then the other thing is, although he's not, so the bursty speed that you might think, he did hit one of the highest speeds on the clock in college football, timed in the over 22 miles an hour in game last year. So give a little bit of that fourth gear in the open field compared to Najee Harris, and very good at short yardage. So Steelers is a big need for them to have that component of their running game.
I feel like Martinez sort of similar to how I viewed the, Harvey from Brees transition. It's a similar thing. And I'm not, they're not 1-to-1, obviously, but Martinez, I think, can provide a lot of what Najee did, but you're getting him cheaper, younger, and healthier than Najee. So
better vision than Najee, and Najee's got
yeah.
Like he's big and he could run over guys, but a lot of times he would get sort of stuck before he could even get into gear. And I think that's an element that I hope is going to be different this year.
Right. And so, but I like the pairing of him and Jalen Warren together. Yeah. I think that's a good backfield for whoever.
And Kenny Gainwell for the, third down passing, like you're behind by 2 touchdowns, he's going to be in the game. And I feel like that's a nice set of 3 for the Steelers to have.
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter who their quarterback is. It's still good.
They won't have one. Kenny Gainwell might be it. Cordell Patterson. So you want to touch on maybe anybody that back there we missed? Emory Jones, Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah, I could do Emory Jones. He was another guy. You want to talk about a guy that was getting hype just a few months ago. It was basically him and Will Campbell were basically the two can't miss, the best tackles, coming to the NFL or on the same team. And then 4 or 5 weeks into the season, we were like, okay, maybe there's only one really good tackle. No, listen, I think Emory Jones has a place in the NFL. I think he's strong. I think he's got a good, I like his lower half. I think he's got a nice power game to him. He is not a tackle in the NFL. He just isn't. It's just not there athletically. And if I remember correctly, I don't think the arm length was that great for the tackle position. Emory Jones is, for me, definitively a guard. But I think he can be a good depth piece. But definitely one of the guys that, from where they were in the summer, the kind of hype they were getting, I think has seen the most dramatic fall off. Still an NFL player.
Quickly on Emory Jones, he did arm length is fine, 34 and 2/8.
That's higher than I remember. Okay,
yeah, that's pretty good. I think he might be able to play tackle. I just feel like his hands and feet are out of sync. That feels like the issue with him. Which, if you go to a team where they really coach offensive line, you might be able to get that together. But here's what I really liked about him. In the Senior Bowl, when he had a bad rep, he seemed he was instantly he was mad at himself about it. He neither lingered on it nor didn't pay attention to it. He was there trying to get better, and he was listening to coaching. And I feel like that's a really good sign that, if he's not a polished product, you got to be able to accept coaching and have the desire to get better. It feels important to him that way.
And I'll give him a lot of credit because most people know already, I'm a huge Shamar Stewart fanboy. They were going at it at the Senior Bowl, and there was one rep where Shamar Stewart, beats him clean, wins the rep, and then you know what? Next rep, Emory got the better of him. Yeah. And then the next rep, Shamar gets him again, and then after that, Emory gets him again, and they're going back and forth. And so I will give Emory that. And obviously doing one-on-ones in the Senior Bowl is a lot different than being able to be a tackle for 17 games. But I do, to your point, I think he understood what he did wrong or didn't execute, and then made an adjustment and bettered himself in those situations. So there is, I suppose, in that sense, there is some hope, but I just don't see long term developing into the kind of tackle, at least, that we were imagining he could be. Back in the summer.
Cam Scannaboo, here's what I would say. I think people are hung up on his limitations and what he can't do, what he isn't. But it would not surprise me. He would be one of my leading candidates for a player that is going to surprise you with how well he translates to the NFL. Maybe not as a bell cow running back, but I feel like you need guys like that on your team. He's I get the impression that he's a leader by example kind of guy, and sometimes teams really benefit from that in a way that even transcends the talent. But he's plenty talented, made a ton of plays. Didn't get, he's like, if you need a yard, you need 3 yards on 4th and 3. Like, I feel pretty confident if the ball's going to him.
So I want to give a shout out Toriano for the Jacksonville Jaguars. You did a really good job of sniping Luke Kandra, literally one pick before Brock was going to take him. Great job.
Couldn't have it to a nicer guy in Brock. So that's good.
I would have run to the podium for Kandra if he gets. I didn't think he would, but if he had gotten to the Jets' next pick, I would have.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You guys like him at guard or center better?
Kandra, guard. I think he's. I have a hard time putting a center that's that just large in general, and obviously there are centers that exist that are, but I just think he's so big. I think he's more valuable, if you will, at the guard spot.
Yeah, that's mostly where I've seen him. I saw a little talk about him. I don't know if he played some center for them way back when, but it was listed in his bio. I'm just curious.
And I don't think it's like he can't play center. I mean, I'm not like against it, but in that way at least. But
in a lot of man, there are some really good centers and guards in this class. Another area where I feel like the draft is very deep.
I think it gets so. I think guard is like. It's not underrated. Like, I don't think that's the right word, but we sort of like, so for example, I think Tyler Booker, Donovan Jackson are like top 20, just take the positional value out of it. I have them personally as top 20 players, and I have seen both of them falling to like the 40 to 50 range. And I'm sort of like, I understand guard is not, edge rusher. It's not, wide receiver. I understand that. But we understand that offensive line is so important. And if these guys are as talented, at least in my view, there's no reason that we should be, especially like I've seen Gray Zabel go 18, and I like Zabel, good football player. I don't. He's not interior offensive line one for me, but that's what I've seen from some people.
Listen to you. It's a hangover from Senior Bowl because Josh Carnley went much lower and Zabel went much higher, and that was reflected. That's where they were reflected of playing at the Senior Bowl or practicing the Senior Bowl. So I think that memory is very strong for a lot of people. I'll tell you this: I think there's a lot of people, even people who are into the draft like we are, who don't see a lot of players until the Senior Bowl. So they've heard about them on paper. Maybe they call a game, but they don't really pay attention to that player until the Senior Bowl. So whatever that impression is, they give you sticks. And I think you'll find that Senior Bowl studs tend to go very early in these kinds of mocks, and for some NFL teams too. The Steelers, by the way, once picked Richard Coakley, who was the MVP of the Senior Bowl, and went nowhere. But they were fascinated with him, so they took him like with pick 45 or something. Anyway, Miles Frazier, I feel like that's sort of that same boat with Emory Jones. They're sort of could both play a little bit inside and outside. Frazier was sort of caught in the numbers game there with all the other good offensive linemen, and didn't get a lot of attention, but I was sort of impressed, speaking of Senior Bowl, with his performance there. He sort of, made an announcement that he could play too. So I like him in this range, and as a versatile. Worst case, he can back up three positions on your line, 4 positions on your line, which is very useful.
Yeah, I always get, maybe this is just unfair on my part, I get nervous when like 4 or 5 guys from the same offensive line at a school are all draft prospects, because then I wonder, well, wait, are you like, what's the line of you're a good player versus you're getting helped out by this guy who's an NFL player?
Yeah.
Like Frazier and his name's escaping me now. There's another LSU guard in this class.
Yeah.
I can't think of his name.
Either. Yeah, me neither.
But there's somebody else. But so you have 4 LSU offensive linemen. Dellinger, yes. Yeah. Grant Dellinger. So you have 4 LSU offensive linemen. It's like, and I'm not, they all could be good NFL players. Like, I'm not saying that it's impossible. But I do kind of wonder, it's like, okay, how much did you benefit from having Will Campbell next to you or having Emory Jones next to you? Like, that is part of it, in my view. So I do wonder that, but in this range, I'm fine with Miles Frazier going here.
Yeah. By the way, we talk about guards and people undervaluing guards, and what you just said about all these offensive linemen from one team coming out at the same time. There's a guy who's going to get picked tonight, who was the only offensive line prospect on his team. And they basically had 2 NFL players on their roster, a running back and this guy on the offensive line. Every running play went behind him. He pulled in front of it. He somehow made a hole in it, 3 or 4 different ways, went to the second level at that spot. Every big run that they had was behind him. So it's like, if you have a really good guard and a really good running back, there's a lot of mileage in that, especially short yardage plays, man, you need to have a guy that you can really trust to go behind that's not going to get blown up. So you just never know on a line with all that talent, who's really carrying the ball, though. That is true. Or their offensive line coach is great, and that's why they're all good. Like Notre Dame or BYU guys always seem to be like that.
Yeah. I saw, I'll talk about Nick Martin. He went a few picks ago. I missed it.
Yeah, I think that's where we are. Hit it.
Nick Martin, I don't know if you saw it, Will. I think it was Mel Kiper that was like, Nick Martin's getting some love in the second round, potentially. Is like a late fast riser. And I openly question that. Like I don't question, I should say I don't question the intel. I'm sure Mel is very, very connected in NFL circles. I question if that's true. Why? I like him. I think he's a good athlete. I think he's a good, downhill kind of linebacker. I think he's good in that regard. It's like a run defender guy, but I don't know, man. I don't think he brings a lot to the table in coverage. I don't think he brings a lot to the table in terms of just like pure instincts. So I'm not like, if he went round 2, here, fine, sure. Even this is probably high for me, but if he went like 60 something, I would openly be like, that's a mistake in my opinion.
Well, I also feel like, my rule is when you get to the 4th round, it should be open to whoever guys that you like. There's at this point, you're not really, the difference in value that you're spending in round 4 or round 5 or round 6 is not really all that different. So to me, it's like, if you really dig a guy, you feel like you see something in Nick Martin that maybe you and I don't see, I don't have any problems with making that pick. It's one thing if that's what it is. If it's just that you feel like you're looking at a composite board and he seems to always go around this time, that's different, right? And I imagine just like the NFL, this draft is just like the NFL. There are some teams that operate under completely different methods for deciding who to pick next. Some teams are just looking for safe picks from big schools, and some teams are looking for like huge upside and taking home run swings, and some people have boards that are just totally off the map. Like I fully admit that our board that we have, that not only that, in this year's draft, but like Corey and I have done this exercise collaboratively for a few years and related mocks and in Mockapalooza. And it's like we definitely have a unique board. It's not to say that it's bad, and sometimes it matches up with others, but like I literally do not care what someone else's board is unless they're taking guys that I want to, because I feel like you work so hard to like identify the players that you actually like and to put them in some order of how you would take them. So I don't begrudge anybody taking it if they have a vision for how to use them. Dorian Strong, I think, is he got picked by the Dallas Cowboys at 122. I feel like that's kind of a good fit for them. Strong is probably going to play inside as a nickel, but he's another one of those nickel guys, of which I think there are a few in this draft who are very physical and fit that mold that I was discussing earlier. So once again, I feel like in round 4, pick 122, that's pretty good in this class.
Yeah, and Dallas is one. I don't think they're going to have both Deron Bland and Diggs by this time next year. So you get a guy like Dorian who, I think he can like start out playing as a nickel corner, but then can make that move to the outside if you are, confident in him by that point. And for whatever reason, Dallas is like really good at finding day 3 corners that can just like be great for like a year. So, but like, it's very short. Like it doesn't last, but like there's a moment in time where we're like, oh, this guy's the best corner in the NFL, and then just like peters out. But so hell, maybe Dorian Strong is that guy for them.
Danny Stutzman to me is you were talking about before that, we talk about linebackers class. I feel like he's one of the few all-rounder kind of guys in this class, but he's also doing it at 233. There's like several of these guys that are good at multiple roles of a linebacker are smaller. They tend to be smaller. I felt like for a guy his size, he looked pretty agile in coverage, and of course is more known as being a downhill linebacker. But I feel like there's a little potential in him to play better than that, and I don't know. So I can see him being a Green Bay Packer like that. That feels like a thing. I like that matchup.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I will just point out quickly, still no, unless I missed it, there's still no quarterbacks, right? We're up to 131 now.
No, we really do not like the quarterbacks.
The joke is whichever team times out is getting Miller.
I mean, hey, at this point, I don't even think it's a punishment. I guess it depends on the team, but I feel like at this point you're at 131. And I mean, we talked about like Jalen Milroe before, but even like, Will Howard or
we're in range for multiple people pretty soon here. Yeah.
I feel like we're creeping up to it because I'm like pretty surprised that we haven't seen one.
Well, yet. The thing is, someone like Milroe is pretty much the best play. If you're going to go BPA, like if you don't really have a strong conviction about a player or a need that you really must fill right now, we're definitely reaching the stage where it's worth taking a shot on a guy like that. Maybe it depends on your what you're looking for in a quarterback. If what you want is Justin Fields is like the type of guy that you want to try to work with and tap his potential. Some teams are into that, and other teams want, for lack of a better name, like Garrett Nussmeier. They want a guy who's like thinks the pro game, right? Doesn't necessarily have the same physical tools that Justin Fields has, but he sees the field and thinks the game like a professional. And there's all kinds of ranges in between, for teams, what teams like. We're going to go back and talk about other things, but Jordan Birch went 130 to Detroit. This is the crime of the draft so far. Anthony, where do you think Jordan Birch will go in this actual draft?
In the actual draft, based on where I have him,
player, isn't he?
He's a what?
He's a top 50 player, I
think. 50 might be pushing it. I would be surprised if he fell out of like at least the top 100. I think that's like that's the floor, I guess.
Yeah.
But I've seen like hype, like potential round 2. I've seen that hype around him. So getting him at 130 is a okay.
So I'm looking at Draft Scout. Usually has a pretty good handle on the draft rounds, because I think they get rather than putting a number on it themselves, he's all about collecting information from teams, right? And it has, somewhere between round 2 and 4 for him. So yeah, this is still like in the bottom of that range. But here's what I think: the edge rushers, defensive ends who are bigger, like he's 274 or 278 or whatever he is, those are a commodity in the NFL, especially for 4-3 teams. And also, even in nickel, he can kick inside and pass rush from the inside, which he often did at Oregon. And in a way, like you see Derek Harmon going much earlier, but in a way, Birch is kind of a more valuable commodity because he's a better pass rusher from the interior, and maybe he's not your base player in interior, but he's pretty good on the edge as an edge run defender and early down defender. So I don't know. It's not really the style of player for my team, but I'm very surprised that it took this long for him to go off.
And to that point, I think he is very much a style fit for Detroit. They will absolutely, I think, maximize his skill set, if you will. And I don't remember if they took an edge or anything like that earlier, but they need to get Aiden Hutchinson a running mate. So
like that.
And if,
they had James Houston, but they lit up Mr. 8 sacks in 7 games, but they totally didn't really interested in bringing him back. So for whatever reason,
I mean, in this class, you can get a good edge rusher and pick 130. So
it's true. They just did. Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned we didn't talk about Bill O'Cone. Or Cone, I think it is, with Western Michigan, the cornerback taken by the Chargers at 125. He's not the most agile guy. I think he'd have a really hard time playing nickel, but he's one of those cats that if you play cover 3 and you want that corner to funnel stuff to the outside, use the sideline as an extra defender, sort of the old Dick LeBeau defense coverage shell. He's a really good fit for that. San Francisco plays that style. So that might be a kind of a team to look out for him, where he would be more valuable for that team than for somebody who likes to run press man all the time. But I felt like he's got some good tape. It's just a different style that is very sort of team specific.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a few of these guys that I have primarily as nickel corners in the NFL, but I think they can be very good, potentially very good nickel corners, or at least very good depth corners. Guys like Upton Stout, guys like Jalen Smith, guys like there's another one whose name I just lost, but Cone is another one, or Cone. I'm not sure how you say it.
I think it's Cone, but I'm not sure.
Cone sounds cooler, so I'll go with that. But we're going to see a few corners that I think are undersized, and I don't think they would necessarily last on the outside long term. But they have a very good nickel skill set. And I think that, again, even if they're not starting nickels, there'll be good depth pieces that you're going to get in this range. So, I don't want to skip I know we've had several picks we haven't talked about, but okay. It was the Savion Williams name popped up, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Wrong guy. Yeah, exactly. I would like to pick him again. If we go back to our pick, we're picking Savion Williams again for sure.
Has he gone, or I thought?
Yeah,
he got
round 3.
He already got picked twice. But no, I believe he went round 2, didn't he?
It may have been late round 2.
No, it was 2.
Okay. I thought I remembered him going, and then I'm
maybe it was early 3, but yeah, it was the immediate pick before us. Oh yeah, that was 3. So it was the immediate pick before us in round 3 because we were already half typing the name.
Okay.
Yeah, just anytime we can pick him again, we would like that.
It's all yours.
Zy Alexander, I'll just say real quickly, transferred from Southeastern Louisiana. Shout out to Sela football on behalf of my buddy Corey Korbowski, who played there last year with Zy Alexander and Danny Stutzman and some other cats who it seems like their whole team that transferred up are all in this draft class, and they're all really good players. Zy Alexander in the early part of the season had a knee injury last year, was out for the year, came back after a couple of weeks of the season this year, and for 5 weeks didn't allow a catch, and was on top of the PFF rankings. And I sort of think he got a little either fatigue, from like the rehab and like going back with the knee that is, we're still sort of recovering. I suspect that he may be healthier come the season, come camp than he was at the combine, because he didn't really perform at the combine the way that he looks on tape. So I feel like that's taking a shot at that guy at outside corner in 127. He's more of his own corner, but very good at it. Cover two, he'd be like a cover two corner, sort of perfect for that gig. But yeah, he's like I said, he'll go undervalued a little bit because of his combine.
Yeah, I'm with you. I actually have him considerably higher than this spot for me. He is like a top 100 guy. He is a very super zone heavy corner. So if you're getting him in a zone heavy scheme, then I think he's a very good value at this spot. If you're expecting him to be more of a man guy, you're going to have a tougher time, just because I don't think he has that quick foot speed and ability to stay with these quicker receivers. But I like him a lot there. Tyler Barron is interesting. Another guy that I think was getting a lot of hype coming into the season. And then we kind of just forgot about him collectively.
Well, he was tainted. When you're on a defense that doesn't play well in primetime games, I think you get tainted by that, unfortunately for him, because he was one of the 2 or 3 guys on the defense that was really worthy. But yeah, that was a bad look.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't even think he had a bad – I mean, I think he underperformed for kind of what we would hope for, but I don't think he had a bad season by what we would say is a bad season. But yeah, he just never really Miami's defense was horrible. Cam Ward had to save the day like pretty much every single Saturday.
The only reason they didn't play for the national championship is because they literally – could not stop a disciplined offense. They had more. I think they had more talent than Georgia Tech. They just could not figure out how to stop that team, because it's a unique challenge. It's like playing Army or whatever sometimes. But
yeah, but even you think back to like the Cal game. I know they won that game, but like
miraculously, yes.
The Cal, but like the Cal offense was not like lighting up the college football world this past season. So, but anyway, I'm getting off track. But
that hurts. I feel like there are 2 or 3 guys that were good are going to get drafted later than they probably deserve, but they got a shot to make teams and play in the league. He's one of them.
Totally agree. And I am excited. They have a freshman corner, OJ Frederick, something like that.
I think that's Frederick.
He spells it with a Q, so take that for what you will. But he's a guy I enjoyed watching him in the brief spurts that I was watching Miami's defense last year.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Anthony. Jim, can you filter and show us Baltimore's draft? I think they're killing it. I just want to confirm who else besides the 2 that I can think of right now. I feel like it's
Yuri's definitely done a good job.
What's above this, Jim?
This is it.
That's it.
No. They only picked in round 4?
Okay, so
do you not see?
I can only see
Banks.
I can only see round 4 to round 7 on the screen right now. Oh, that's because I'm looking at my screen and not yours.
I was going to say,
it's right there, Will. You blind as a bat. Yeah, so I feel like Banks is one of the 2 or 3 best choices for a guy that can start at guard for them, and then when their tackle Ronnie Stanley retires, he moves to tackle. It's perfect. Tumiello is a very Ravens-esque edge. Broughton is not like my favorite guy in the draft, but I feel like he fits there, especially with the loss of they lost an interior Michael Pierce. Shapiro, I feel like in round 33 93 is a great pick. And Jalen Reed, I almost like him more than Kevin Winston, who's a guy that most people know more about. But I felt like Reed, for every Troy Polamalu, you got to have a Ryan Clark playing next to him to like kind of allow the other safety to have the freedom and just be like really consistent and be the heart and soul of your defense. And I feel like in a way he might have a better career than Winston, as athletic and interesting as Winston is.
Yeah, I do think the obviously the injury to Winston was terrible,
Mm-hmm.
but
Too, yeah.
the silver lining, I suppose, is that it did allow Jalen Reed to kind of emerge as like, oh, well, wait a minute, this guy's got some game to him.
Mm-hmm.
Let him sort of stand out for the Penn State secondary. But yeah, and this is about where I would be taking him. This like early day 3 range. But yeah, I think he definitely can bring something to a secondary. And as for the whole Ravens draft, for me, it's good. I agree. I think the Banks pick is a really nice pick, especially if it works out where you can play guard and then move to left tackle when Stanley's gone. But like Broughton, I think is 91 feels early for me. I like Trapio, but I kind of wonder. They have Rosengarten. So, do you really, are you going to take another tackle? I mean, I understand it's a very important position, but for a third round pick, that feels a little maybe overkill.
Mm-hmm.
But good players. I think I'd more just question like the value that you're getting from, and like they haven't taken a wide receiver. So I guess we're just banking on DeAndre Hopkins on his 4th team to be like the guy with Zay Flowers.
Yeah. Well, and also, everybody saw that Super Bowl and they're like, oh, offensive and defensive linemen, that's what we need. So That's not the worst. I would rather have that trend than like, oh, running backs. We need to draft running backs.
Sure.
What you really need are guys in the trenches. And that's the thing that Philly is just like, they have set a standard for that. That's going to be hard for most teams to top. So.
I do wonder if the Philly and I'm not disputing that the trenches are very important, but I do wonder if teams are sort of gonna like kind of overkill in that regard. It's like, well, we have to get the great trenches if we're gonna win. It's like, yes, you do, but don't ignore the fact that the Eagles have Saquon Barkley, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith. I talked about Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, the impact they made. Like, it's not just the trenches that won them the Super Bowl. They have a lot of really good skill position players too. So there is a balance to be had. Don't just say, well, we can just draft linemen on both sides and we can be a Super Bowl team. Like, that's not quite how Philly did it. So
yeah, but I'm saying the simplistic version. Yes, that's like everybody. Whatever's the popular thing that works, everybody wants to copy it. They want their own version of the tush push and what have you. I saw a couple of offensive linemen that I really like in Jackson Slater and Logan Brown. I thought Jackson Slater, Jim, is somebody I mentioned in September on this very show as one of the top, or perhaps the top small school prospects this year. When we talked we did that small school draft talk. I felt like. So come from a small school, you go to the Senior Bowl practice. That first practice one-on-ones, man, you better look good. And I thought that he looked great. I don't think he ever really got embarrassed. There might have been a couple of ones where he lost late or something, but I felt like he surprised me even with how well he held up. And Logan Brown is like, there aren't that many left tackle candidates in this class, guys that I think are really suited to play left tackle, that are worth investing and developing. Even at this stage of the draft, they're almost all gone. And I feel like you can get one of those in round 4, a developmental left tackle. You have really done something well. So that's a great pick. Also, he's athletic enough to play other places as a guard or whatever.
Yeah, agree. I kind of what I was talking about before. Like, if you're getting a guy on day 3 who could develop into a long-term starter that you would see the value in a late first or like second round pick, like that kind of ceiling, I think it's worth it. So I like that pick. Who was I going to talk about? Savion Jones went off the board. He's a guy I feel like is a guy that I'm going to regret having too low on my board.
Mm-hmm.
He feels like one of those guys. He traits physicality wise, he looks the part. That's for damn sure. Super powerful. I think he's like 6'5", 280, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. But big, violent hands.
Heavy hands that do that.
Heavy,
Right.
yeah, man. He'll hit you and you'll feel it. But I think he's the guy too, because I think Braden Swinson is getting a lot of hype, and it is justified hype. I'm a big Braden Swinson guy too, but sort of getting lost in that is Savion Jones, who I think, again, like if he went top 100, I wouldn't I wouldn't hate it. I think it would be I could see the vision. He is you put him in a 4-3 end spot. Maybe could kick inside sometimes, but that's probably not his primary game. But yeah, 4-3 defensive end, again, heavy hands, can win with just straight up power. I like him a lot, and I could definitely see him being a candidate for a guy we come back in 5 years and say, how did he fall to this spot?
Yeah, I feel like better pro, that expression, better pro than college player, that suits someone like him. He feels like he's already playing with that, NFL mentality and strength. Randy Gadsden, if what you want is the classic move tight end who's basically a big slot, he is outstanding at it. So as those guys go, there are lots of teams in the league who have somebody like that they really like. And I would say he compares favorably, better player than Gesicki, who's in similar, style. He lines up the same way, but Gaston, I think, is just a better receiver. And he's big enough that he has substantially more power in his yards after catch than even a big wide receiver would have. So I think it's fair to call him a tight end, but he's who's the guy that the Giants drafted? Who everybody was talking about how he's just a glorified wide receiver, but he's still in the league 10 years later.
Evan Ingram.
Yeah, that's Evan Ingram, exactly. So I feel like he's sort of like that guy, maybe.
Yeah, I like Gadsden a lot. I think he kind of what you said. I don't think he's not the athlete Ingram was/is, but yeah, it does bring you that sort of wide receiver tight end kind of flex thing. And I think he had a really good Shrine Bowl too. So I like him. I like him at this spot. I don't want to skip over picks. We can get back to them, but Isaiah Bond is just staring me in the face.
Yeah,
it's a notable selection we should probably talk about.
Yeah, well, man, he's the classic make every play into a punt return. If what you're good at is punt returns, turn every play into a punt return, which that's exactly how he plays.
Yeah, there was Isaiah Bond, I think, may win the award for most fluctuation on my draft board in 2024/5. I think I came into the year and he was like a day 2 guy for me, and then there was a point where I was like, oh snap, maybe he's like a first round guy and I should is he like a better Xavier Worthy? And then it was like, oh no, he may actually be terrible and not even worth a top 100 pick.
Right.
And then now, these horrible, allegations, and I'm not gonna. I am in no legal position or knowledge to be able to comment on that, but that's now on the table. All that stuff, but just purely from a football performance standpoint, it does very much seem like he was dealing with injuries this year. So that didn't help either. But the fall off of Isaiah Bond must be studied, because he went. I'm telling you, man, he was first round conversation to I even before the allegations, I would have a hard time taking him on day 3. Some of the drops, just rough. Overall, just really struggled to get open, and like didn't really help Quinn Ewers at all. And that's sort of why we saw Matthew Golden, I think, kind of just come on strong in the second half of the year, because Isaiah Bond was just kind of, S-ing the bed every week. So yeah, I can see a world where Bond gets drafted if these teams feel like the allegations are not going to be a huge problem. But if between that and just the overall performance that we saw from him, a lot of question marks that I just would not want to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the legal stuff. We've had several guys picked already who have worse legal problems than Isaiah Bond. So I don't know. Sometimes better players, you're willing to overlook that apparently. But here's the thing I'll say about Bond. Matthew Golden went first round. He went top 15 or something in this draft, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
and he was never really the number one guy there. I mean, maybe, he had the big game in the playoffs, but I would say that Isaiah Bond was really the guy that they targeted. So it feels like a little bit weird that a guy who was the number 2 guy to someone else who's in the same class went 4 rounds earlier. That seems strange to me. But there are other issues with Bond, as you know, and as you just pointed out. Billy Bowman, a lot of energy at safety, and probably maybe a little bit safer to play him at free safety. The problem is the tackling with him. Like, I feel like much like blocking for running backs to get on the field, if you're the last line of defense on your defense and you have issues sometimes with tackling, I feel like that's maybe not a good match. So that probably means he will have to play closer to the line of scrimmage and maybe in some different looks than what he was used to playing. But I can see the athleticism. I can see somebody wanting to make that investment late round 4.
Yeah. I like that. Sorry, I have a pick coming up shortly, so I just want to make sure a guy that I was targeting hasn't been taken yet.
Oh, take your time.
I don't think so. Yeah,
I'll
you
go on.
stall for like 90 seconds, and I should be good by then.
Hey Jim, you got an opinion on Jeffrey Bassa, the linebacker from Oregon?
I do not.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like he had a good All-Star season. He strikes me a little bit as like a guy who's like good at a lot of stuff, but not necessarily great. But as a depth guy on your defense, it's a buy, maybe, and a special teams guy. But I wonder. I don't know. He maybe falls in that category of like, if you don't really feel like the linebacker class is that deep, and you feel like you need to add somebody to your room, that the pick makes more sense. But I also feel like Houston, for their defense, it might be good to have a guy like that who's more of a sort of a consistent performer rather than a home run swing, right? That could be a low floor. It's nice sometimes to have a guy who's consistent as well. And speaking of which, Cody Simon, Cody Simon was on a great team and made a ton of plays. He's also, I think, the opposite of loafing. He's like the cat that will chase guys 20 yards downfield when he doesn't really have a good reason to chase anybody, but he'll still make the play. I like that about him. I like he's a high effort, proven performer. Now, he's sort of is he too big to be like a coverage guy? Is he, have all around skills good enough to be on the field all 3 downs? I don't know. Wonder what you think about that.
Sorry, Cody Simon.
Excellent pick. We'll talk about it in a second. You'll talk about it in a second.
Yeah. I do. On Cody Simon, quick. I think he can be. This is probably where I would take him, because I would probably say he is more of a rotational guy in the league. But kind of what you were talking about before, like you're kind of just taking guys that either you feel like fit your scheme, or you value at a certain spot. So I'm fine with Cody Simon here. But I can briefly talk about my pick, and then we can get back to
Sure.
The other
Yeah,
ones
hit us
here.
up.
So Anthony Belton. Anthony Belton is fascinating for me. In summer scouting, he was a second. I graded him as a second round guy, but I could see him being a first round guy.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this guy could be a monster, and if he plays up to snuff this year, he'll be in that first round tackle conversation. He subsequently did not play up to snuff, at least for the whole year. I think he had moments where, oh yeah, this is a first round tackle, but then he had other moments where it's like, oh my god, how is he on the field right now? I didn't love. He had that moment where I can't remember now. I think he either poked someone in the eye or spit in somebody's face, or he did something like that. I think he grabbed somebody and poked him in the eye or something.
Yeah. Hey, war is hell, Anthony. I'm sorry.
But yeah. So I can't. But so I don't love that. But as I said, there are flashes on his tape of a dominant left tackle. You just have to, kind of course correct him. He's a big guy, so comes with just natural slowness at the left tackle spot. But he's just huge guys, 6'6", 330. Has everything you want from a measurable standpoint. Extremely strong. I was just watching. I was watching TJ Parker, who's going to be in the 2026 class. So I was watching him play NC State this past year, and Belton had some pretty good reps on him. Also got beat a couple times, but you're talking about that guy. TJ Parker is going to be a top 10 pick next year, it would seem. And Belton performed well overall. So I like Belton at this spot. I keep coming back to it. If you're going to get a guy who has that sky high potential, getting a guy like that at pick 145, I think works. And also for the Jets too, specifically, just God, we can never not have enough offensive line depth because we always just find a way to get 4 of our guys injured by the time the season ends. So let's just get somebody else in the room so we're not scrambling mid-year and signing freaking Morgan Moses to a random contract and expecting him to save us.
Yeah. Or you let your good offensive lineman go to some other team and be coached properly.
Right. Yeah, great.
The Denzel Burke. Okay. I don't know the San Francisco GM. I hate it when the analysts on these drafts talk about why I don't understand this pick. It's too early, whatever. It's not that I think it's too early for Denzel Burke, but there's one thing that he can do. He is a press man, one-on-one corner. That's what he does. He doesn't tackle. He doesn't really play zone, very well or very often. But he's, you say cover that guy, he can cover the guy. Okay. San Francisco doesn't really do that unless they're really changing or have changed recently what they're about. Like I said, I see them as a cover 3 team that is, trying to basically play umbrella in the back and let their, let the funnel plays underneath. And you just feel like, come up and tackle the catch. And you're talking about a guy that seems to be allergic to tackling. So I wonder what the GM of San Francisco has in mind for that. And maybe, Anthony, you see Denzel Burke a little differently, but I see him maybe falling further than this just because it's such a specialized fit.
Yeah, Denzel Burke, he's another one where he had a lot of hype coming into the year. That Oregon game happened, and it just that was put the nail in the coffin. So I do feel like that game is sort of a little unfair to him. And he played bad. I'm not denying that, but we sort of use that as all Denzel Burke is. I feel like these days, and it's well, he did play well for most of the rest of the season.
Yeah.
I think it's I think what that correctly did was it kind of brought his stock back down to earth. So getting him here is fine. But there was a time where he was getting first to second round hype, and that I think we realized was a little bit of a mistake. But yeah, I'm good with him here, and I'm fine with him going to San Francisco. But Antoine Powell-Ryland for the Bengals is interesting. Undersized edge rusher, but man, is he fast. He's got a really nice first step off the line. I think he, and I don't remember offhand who the Bengals have taken on the defensive line, but they moved in this scenario. They moved on from Trey Hendrickson. They traded him to the Rams.
That's true.
Getting an edge rusher like Powell-Ryland, I think very much helps. And he's for the Bengals fans out there who enjoyed Sam Hubbard as a person, but maybe not as a player all the time. This is very much not that. Again, he's fast. He can win with speed off the edge and find his way to the quarterback. I think he had one of the best pass rush win rates in the country last year. I forget what the number was, but he was up there.
It was good. Yeah, exactly.
It was good. It was a very good number. So yeah, I would be excited about him. And I'm a guy who I'm usually not big on undersized edge rushers. But I think you're getting him here. He's probably going to be like a situational, third and long kind of guy you throw in there, and you want him to win. But he can do it. So I like that pick there.
Actually, he's 258. It's like the height. He's only 6'3". He's 6'2".
Yeah, I should have specified. Yeah,
because for some teams, that's a big deal. And he's short. He's got to have long arms. But I feel like he's a 3-4 outside. I wouldn't play him as a down lineman edge, but as a 3-4 backer, I kind of dig him. And he's certainly disruptive. So once again, I root for a team that had James Harrison, who was like a sawed-off shotgun. So there's different styles that can win more easily as an outside edge rusher than a 3-4 edge standing up. I think you got to have that length though for a 4-3 or for a wide 9 or something like that. I'm just for the record, I'm probably maybe 3 more picks, a couple more picks. I'll have to go offline for a second because I think we're going to have a little bit of a debate about our next pick at the moment. So that's a good thing. It's a good thing to have to debate. It means you have some choices.
Yeah. So Randall, if you're listening, this would be a good time to possibly hop on and I don't know how long are you going to need?
That won't be too long. I just I'm waiting for Karbowski to show his face in the chat. So as soon as he pops in, we'll have something, and I'll know I'll go and talk over there for a second.
You're not just gonna sprint Jalen Milroe to the podium.
Well, maybe that's part of the conversation. Should we draft? Should we go to Jalen Milroe now? So we got him in round 5 instead of round 1, like they're probably going to do in real life.
You guys you haven't taken a quarterback, right?
No, but hang on. What's the point system, Jim? What do we get if we
You'll
pick
get 10 points if you nail the team in the pick? You get 10 points.
But if we pick him in round 5 and they pick him in round 1, do I get credit for that?
You got to be a.
You get 10 because you nailed the player in the team.
Oh, I see. But
you don't get 20 because you nailed the round. So
wow,
you get 10 points if you nail the round, 10 points if you nail the player.
I feel like it's good drafting if you get somebody 4 rounds later.
I feel like everybody else should lose 5 points for letting Jalen Milroe, who's going to go round 1 or 2.
So actually, Anthony, I'm working on that with a BPA. So I am going to add in a BPA scoring that if you take a player and it's like 20 spots after they were picked or some formula.
Points. Oh, that's good. I like that.
You get points, and then any team that skipped them.
Yeah, I dig it.
It's like a negative quarter point or something like that.
We just for the record, we skipped Q Robinson, but I personally like APR over Q Robinson. I get that Q Robinson has maybe an upside that he hasn't reached yet, but I'm not sure unless you want him to play like off ball and turn into a pass rusher on third downs or something like that. But I guess I don't quite see it in him. Maybe you feel differently and you can tell us why people like him.
No, I don't. That's about how I would sum it up. And I think he's he's a fine player. And I have seen people like, really sing his praises and like say like he should be like a, easy top 100 pick. I'm not there with him, but I do think he brings good skill set, kind of that 4-3 guy. But this is about where I would take him. So I'm not really gonna like.
Yeah,
I wouldn't push back on it.
Yeah, since I'm going off air in a second, I'm just going to cherry pick a couple of guys for a second, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
I love DJ Giddens. I feel like Giddens could have gone 3 running backs ago. We had them pretty much Martinez and Giddens. I mean, even as far as prospects, we just felt Martinez was maybe a slightly better fit. But I think Giddens has been woefully underrated for a couple of years now. Part of that is playing west of the Mississippi. People just don't follow those cats. They don't see them as much, and it's sort of like devalued what they do on Saturdays. But I feel like Giddens is like a good receiver. He's a guy that can, has very good vision. Is perfect fit for like a, multiple systems, all that kind of stuff that I like in a running back, and was one of the best testers as far as size, speed, stuff like that. So I really like him. And Ransaw just like made every play at the Senior Bowl. In the actual game, Ransaw was like everywhere. So I think their secondary had at least 3 and possibly 4 NFL guys in it this year. So that's a really good whoever is getting recruiting secondary guys to Tulane is doing their job.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna depart for just a second. I'll be right back.
Be right back, sir.
Okay. So we've burned through, or where are we in round 5?
Yeah, we're at 152.
We're at the beginning of round 5. We're in the first 10 picks of round 5. So we have cruised through a round plus 10 picks in an hour and a half. And we still have round 6 and 7 to go. So we still have like 2.5 rounds left.
Yeah, but now we're making pretty good time, I'd say.
Oh yeah. The most important thing is picks on time. And for the most part, we're doing a pretty good job. We've had to skip a few, but with a 2-minute pick timer, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
So
no, for sure. So I can let's see, I can fill in some airspace with a couple of these guys. Pat Bryant going to Carolina here. One of the few, I'd say, like true X receivers that's like still on the board right now. You like the size at 6'3". You like the body control that he gives you, ability to win, win in the air, win contested catches. A lot of good stuff there. I think you just wonder about, he's not really the fastest guy in the world. His separation's not going to be really how he wins at the next level. But for Carolina, I also kind of feel like they need some speed in the wide receiver core. They have a guy like Leggett. So I kind of feel like Bryant might just be like a depth piece in the receiving core, but stuff to work with. There's some upside there. So I like that pick overall. Holland Pierce is like a skyscraper in the body of a person. Huge. He's like 6'8", 360, I think were his measurables, something along those lines. Absolutely. And he plays like his size. He will just run you over and move you aside if he gets his hands on you. The problem is he will not always get his hands on you just because he is not fast by any means. It doesn't have quickness or lateral agility that you would hope for at the tackle spot. But if he can, I feel like he may need to just slim down a little bit, and that can give him a little more, of that agility that I think would help him out. But just pure power and physicality, he is matched by very few people in this class and ever probably. So yeah, listen, if you're into big offensive linemen. Can't be mad at it. Let's see here. I know Sean Dolak is going to get a pop from the upstate New York people, and
that was my pick. Like, I was the one that typed that in because Parker's at work, so that was me.
Oh, there you go.
That was
Yeah,
me just keeping everything going. So I saw all that chatter. Like, my guy is Pooh Paul. I don't mind Dolak coming to Buffalo, but that's like too cliche. So I know that there's a lot of Bengals fans that like Dolak. So
yeah, and I get the, I think it's a sensible pick. This is about where I view him in the draft, sort of this like middle of day 3 kind of guy, but just was a tackling machine this past year for the Bulls. Just, he is very smart, very instinctive linebacker. He's not, the most athletic. He's not going to be a guy that's going to win with speed and win with sideline to sideline ability. But again, smart defender, good tackler. I can absolutely see him sort of carving out a special teams role in the NFL. If not, as like a good depth linebacker to have. Finally, the slide ends for our favorite Alabama quarterback, Jalen Milroe, going to the Giants. I think this is, listen, I know there's questions about pretty much a lot of his ability as a passer, as a true pocket passer in the NFL, and his inconsistencies. He's got those accuracy questions. The mechanics are not, where you would want them to be from a consistent level, but the upside, in my opinion, is too high to justify him falling to I think it was 154 was the pick number. The 4.3 speed that he brings, I think people either forget or gloss over how strong his arm is. He has one of the strongest arms in this class. So when you combine those two things, again, yes, there is a lot that needs to be molded and coached up. And I think Brian Daboll is a great guy to do that. But yeah, allowing him to get here, in my mind, is kind of egregious. We have seen the impact that mobility at the quarterback position can have, even for guys that aren't elite passers and need time to develop. Obviously, Lamar Jackson is the prime example of this. But yeah, Jalen Milroe at 154 for the Giants, getting a chance to sit behind Russ and Jameis is fantastic. And like I said, having Daboll as a coach, this is a home run for the Giants. And if he develops into a franchise quarterback, getting him at 154 is, it is like teetering on, the kind of Tom Brady value that we saw in 2000. Will, you might be muted. I don't know if you're trying to talk, you're still doing your thing. But I can, let's see. Cam Jackson for the Dolphins is fun. Dude is strong as hell. He is a really, really good run defender in the middle of a defensive line. Played really well for Florida as a run defender. It really, the problem is pass rusher is pretty much non-existent. You need to coach that up. Now for Miami, and I don't think they've taken a D tackle yet in this class. or in this draft, but they never really replaced the hole in the defensive line left by Christian Wilkins when he left. So, and I'm not saying Cam Jackson's gonna be the Christian Wilkins void. That's not what I'm saying, but at least somewhere to start to get a presence in the middle of that defensive line and be able to somewhat stop the run at least. And then you can maybe get somebody next to him that can be a quality pass rusher on the inside. But Cam Jackson is one of the ones I think being overlooked in a, we talked about the D tackle class is very good, very deep. So Cam Jackson might not be getting all of the flowers that he would be getting in a lesser than D tackle class. So, but I like this pick a lot from Miami. Good player at this spot. Will, you might be. Are you still okay? Sorry, I can't hear you. I couldn't tell if you're talking to us or your war room, so I didn't want to interrupt. But Ja'Cory Brooks, I know
you got me now, yeah.
Yeah, we got you now. Okay, Jim.
Great. I was just going to say that Cam Jackson would have been a much higher pick and much more highly regarded 20 years ago in the NFL. He's like that dude.
Yes. Yeah.
So you just before we give him get to my pick, did we give Sean Dolac some flowers?
We did.
Yeah, because I feel like that dude can play, and that's an excellent fit for Cincinnati. Also killing it, despite the fact that they're a dirty division rival. That's pretty good job. Although I don't think Sean Dolac is crazy or criminal enough to really play for the Bengals, but there's time for him to learn. Ja'Cory Brooks for the Steelers. I think he is about 2 rounds underrated, maybe more. He's a top 100 player for me. His main attribute can work inside and out. Very good route runner in a professional way. He comes back hard to the ball, makes throws, makes windows, and makes his cuts in a precise way that make it easier for his quarterback to make plays to him. And I think that was, Shug looked perfectly good playing football this year, but part of the reason was that he had that target like that who was really working to help him. Also, Brooks has as strong a pair of hands catching the football as anyone in the class. He's one of those cats that he will go and get the ball and extend for it. And if it gets into his hands, it doesn't move no matter what happens. If he gets hit, if he falls, if 3 guys tear him apart, he still holds on to the football, which I think is a great attribute to have. So listen, for us, good feet and good hands and good route running is a compliment to the guys that we have. We don't really have anybody like that. And if George Pickens does move on after this year, or perhaps even sooner, the rumors are to be believed, then you have a guy that complements DK Metcalf. And if Pickens stays, you have a role for Brooks as the inside guy who can also take some snaps outside. Is a good run after catch guy for screens and this kind of thing. So we're very happy about that pick. He had a couple of good choices. I don't know. Everybody wants to talk crap about the wide receivers in this class, but I feel like we had a hard time choosing between 3 or 4 just now. So
I think there's quite a few. We've now seen a couple, and I think we'll see a couple more where they're not gonna light the world on fire. None of these guys would be like the next Puka, not necessarily, but a lot of wide receivers are going and will go that I think we are sort of undervaluing the kind of contributions that they could have in the NFL.
By the way, just realized, Jim, I promised that I would say on today's show, the player that there's a lot of people that were talking about is like Puka. The next Puka has become a meme now that it's like a trope that doesn't really fit most of the people that they say are the next Puka. But I'll tell you who the next, in my opinion, the one has the best chance to have a breakout like that, a career like that, would be Isaac Tesla from Arkansas. If you saw him play it at Hillsdale, where he was the featured guy, He's never had a drop in his entire career. And it looked like when he was at Hillsdale that he was purposely trying to increase the degree of difficulty on catches just to keep himself interested. And he had a quarterback that was throwing like 6 yards off target. I think that dude is going to catch everything that you throw at him, and he is going to, he'll always be open. Great, not only a great tester, but good at finding the empty spaces and so on and so forth. He could be perfectly happy being your number 2 or number 3 if that's what you need him to do. You need him to pick up the slack and be better or move around the field inside and outside. I think he could be that guy in the NFL. Puka, went to a team where they really had a perfect offense for him, just like Patrick Mahomes went to the perfect landing spot. So it will depend on where he goes. He could go to a team without a quarterback and who doesn't care about offense, and he'll be buried. But that was I just promised Jim I would mention that on the show because I teased that the last time I was on the show. Anyway.
Yeah. I'll briefly touch on Tesla and then I'll talk about that quick. Tesla was the guy. So when I went down to Mobile, I watched. Obviously, I mean, I had already seen highlights from practices and whatnot, but I was watching the game, and I remember watching Tesla, and I was like, "Who is that?" I hadn't even heard of his name before that. Before the Senior Bowl, and so I saw him in the game. He looked pretty good. I'm like, okay. Saw the size. I'm like, wow, okay, he's a fairly big guy, but seems like he's more of a slot guy, I guess. And yes, he's very much that sort of power slot, I guess, is the new thing that we're calling these guys. But yeah, big guy, but he'll catch what is thrown to him. He can very much be that sort of, quarterback's best friend kind of guy. I was pleasantly surprised when I watched him, and I absolutely could see the world where he sort of becomes that. Again, I'm not predicting him to
I mean, we're
broke, but absolutely that sort of role, that sort of skill set that Puka brings to the Rams could absolutely be the kind of player that you are getting for whoever winds up taking him.
So if you want a fun watch on YouTube, Isaac Tesla only needs one hand is the name of the video. And it's I made Jeremy, my co-GM, part of my team, laugh out loud playing it for him last night. And because I was like, I think this is the guy we should target. And while the video was playing and he was laughing and going like, oh my God, I had no idea about this guy's hands. He got picked. So it was like right when he got picked last night, we were talking about, wow, like how can that guy's still available? He's better than people think. So anyway, enough on that. What else how far down are you? Where were you picking up?
So I just picked one. What are we at?
Cam Jackson. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I was talking about Cam Jackson.
Zoff Frazier?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just Zoff Frazier, I feel like as a, it always feels like there's a couple of guys in every draft who are height, weight, speed, corners. And Zoff Frazier is all of that. And played pretty well. He's not as raw as some of those cats have been in previous years. Like, who was the guy? Somebody from a small school last year or the year before who was a very similar height, weight, speed guy who did manage to start in the NFL, but it was like a bit of a process to get him up there. But I think Zoff Frazier's played pretty well. He just played at a level where only you have to be pretty much a degenerate or a gambler or something to watch UTSA football. But one thing I will say about him is he practiced against, in the last 3 years, like they had 5 NFL wide receivers who were on that team at one time or another. So, some of them moved on, some of them are still there. One of them got hurt, but he had some challenges in practice, I'll bet, that are worse than anything that he faced in real games. So kind of like him.
Yeah. And also don't forget, Tariq Woolen was a UTSA Roadrunner at one point. And
that is the guy, and you're right, same school.
He's doing pretty well for himself. And I think he went 5th round. So yeah. And there's similarities to their game. So
that's a nice pick for Tampa Bay, although they have, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they still have 2 other guys that are also similar to that already on their roster, because they have the kid that's the twin from Sam Houston, right? Still plays for them.
Yeah.
McCollum.
Yeah.
See, McCollum and Saw Frazier's a little bit more solidly built physically, but
Mhm.
they play similar brand of football.
Yeah.
Um,
But I like Scott Frazier's skill set a lot, and I've actually thought of him as potentially a safety in the NFL, because I do think he can
I could see
cover,
that.
be rangy enough and cover the field well enough, and he has the size for it. But I mean, I don't hate him. If you want to play him a corner, by all means, you could do that too. But he offers you that versatility, I think.
Sure.
I'll touch on Upton Stout since I just took him for the Jets.
Oh,
And
nice. Yeah, I do.
he's one of my favorite guys that doesn't get talked about enough. Guys, he is I talked about before how much I'm not a small corner guy, and Upton Stout should go against everything that I don't typically like in corners. But you watch him play, and you talked about it before with like Kobe Bryant, guys that like think they're 6'2", 200, but like aren't. But that's Upton Stout, man. He will come up, and you need him to make a play in the backfield or attack a screen pass or whatever. He'll do it, and he'll do it well, man. He'll hit you in the mouth, and it'll feel like a guy that's 30, 40 pounds heavier than he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tackles really well. Stout is a very appropriate name for him. He is fun to watch, man. And I think if you put him on the Jets, we've already got our boundary corners in Sauce and Brandon Stevens, who we just signed. So you put Upton Stout in that nickel role. Another guy that potentially could be a safety in some situations too. But yeah, Upton Stout, just the kind of football player that I think you want on your football team. I think he also, he moves around well enough in coverage. I think he's more well-rounded than I think he gets credit for. But the size is obviously the big knock.
Yeah. But I think he's physical. He's like physical enough to play in the slot. He's quick enough to play quick slots. He could if you need somebody to like move out to play outside and you bring someone else to play in slot because of injury or something, I could see that working for him. I do think he's pretty talented.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I lost my screen because they're
No worries.
we're looking at the Houston.
I have to make an admin pick, so I was just checking who somebody's drafted.
Oh, I see. I got you. Okay. Yeah, I was going to talk about who they drafted while you were doing that because you had it up there, but we got too much catching up to do. Jalen Lane, I feel like is the outstanding quality is the acceleration. I feel like he's very very bursty into his routes, which there are some route runners who are sort of set it up with various timing in the first release part of their route. But he's somebody that I think can, if you get flat footed on his release, that he'll buzz by you, which I think is a good feature to have. Also, I know as somebody that this was a skill that I couldn't do many things as a receiver, but one thing I was good at was accelerating to the football. So the ball's in the air and you're at the pace and angle that you're running, you're not really going to get there, but there's just something kicks in and you're able to sort of burst because I played outfield, you play center field. It's that same thing where it's like when you identify where the ball's going to go, you go like, wow, I gotta kick it into gear to get there, and you have that extra gear to get there. And I would feel like that's a good quality of Jalen Lane as well, better than mine.
better than a lot of people's.
Yeah. Although I'm still playing, I want to see Jalen Lane play when he's 61. Then we'll talk.
There you go. Right. So I think it was Ty Hamilton. Yeah, Ty Hamilton from Ohio State was next. I think he has a similar skill set to Tyleek, his teammate. Tyleek is just like bigger, but I think he's a good run defender. I think he's strong enough. I don't think he has like overwhelming power, but strong enough against the run to hold up. But I think you just kind of worry about his overall. Well, is his size. I think he's under 300 pounds, but doesn't really have the top end athleticism that I think you would want from a guy who's under 300 pounds. And is not like a super adept pass rusher on the interior. So there's again things to like, again like with the run defense, but I'm not super high on him. Not a guy I probably would have taken even in the top 200, honestly. But if you need a good run defender on the cheap, that's fine to take him here. I also, again, this kind of goes back to my point about offensive linemen being helped by the talent around them. I think that same argument can be used for defensive linemen. You had Tyleek next to you and Jack Sawyer and JT Tuimoloau. I'm sure there's other depth guys on Ohio State that were contributors too. That I don't know their names, but it feels like if you're the worst of the 4 starters, that does kind of register, at least for me, a little bit. So,
well, I'll tell you what, I mean, he's from Ohio State. He'll be in someone's camp, whether he makes a team or not, who knows? But those guys always get somewhere. He'll be in Pittsburgh camp. That would not shock me. Before we talk about Teddy Buchanan, I'm going to throw that to you, but I'm just thinking to myself, I think the Cleveland Browns are going to make every pick the rest of the way, apparently. So they made 3 just while we were talking about Ty Hamilton.
I know, Bill Sparks.
Who's saying the number of picks he's accumulated, but I just want to say quickly about I'll talk about the players later. Tell me about Teddy Buchanan.
Yeah, Teddy Buchanan, I think, is quietly one of the best cover linebackers in this class. I think he's got good ball skills, moves really well in terms of his just overall fluidity and keeping his hips open and that kind of thing. Not the biggest guy. I don't have the measurables in front of me. I think he was 220 something pounds. So, he's not a super huge linebacker, but again, he's athletic. He's got the cover ability. And if that's what you are looking for in a linebacker, he fits that bill pretty well. So, landing him, I forget, I missed where he went here, but
he went to the San Francisco 49ers. And by the way, 6'0", 233.
Yeah. All right. So it's
linebacker. Yeah.
Not terrible. But I live in the world. Linebackers should be 240, but I digress. I know that's not the NFL
anymore. Like wide receivers and corners, they're all going down.
I know that's the old-fashioned part of me, but anyway. But yeah, no, like I said, he fits that role of a cover linebacker really well. So if that's what you need, getting him here and at 160 whatever is a nice pick in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't mind that. The Browns, just talk about all 3 of their picks. They picked Malachi Moore, the safety from Alabama. They picked Carson Vincent, left tackle or tackle from Alabama A&M, and they picked JJ Pegues. Actually, you probably know how to say his name better than I do. I'm not sure. Is it Pegs?
I think it's Pegues, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, there we go. Pegues. That's what it is. You're right.
Yeah. Okay.
I heard that before. Let me talk about him first. I think legit, if he never, ever sees the field on defense, he's worth a 5th-round pick. He is the best fullback I have seen in this class.
Mm-hmm.
He can legit run it. He was a tight end before he became a defensive lineman. He's got great hands catching it. When he did drills at the combine, it's stupid. He looked more smooth catching the football and running routes than the other guys who were supposed to be. There's 2 or 3 good fullbacks in this class, don't get me wrong. But I feel like you could legit bring him in for a goal line stand or when it's 4th and short on defense, and you could legit have him play fullback whenever you have fullback in the game and get a lot of mileage out of him. So that was my 3 cents on Cleveland's picks.
Yeah.
Malachi Moore. Yeah, I don't think that's a spectacular pick, but I think he's a good communication guy, a good guy to have on your back end.
Yeah. I'll talk about and I apologize if it's not this LeQuint Allen, or is it LeQuint?
I think it's LeQuint Allen, excuse me, with a Q.
LeQuint.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Dude, there's a baller right there.
I was gonna say I should know how to say his name because I actually do really like him. But he is. I feel like he's being a little pigeonholed in terms of people saying, well, he's a great third down back. Yeah, he is. But I also think he's a good first and second down.
Oh no, that guy.
I don't see him as like a true 3-down workhorse guy. But
he's a really good short yardage back. Goal line, man. He powered over guys that he should. He's only 205. We talked about what's his name, Kobe Bryant earlier, who's like plays like he's much bigger than he actually is. That's the Quinn Allen. Like he plays like a guy who's 225, and I was very impressed with his ability to for contact balance and breaking tackles at that size. That impressed me a lot.
Agreed. No, agreed. And I think again, like, because he is, he's a good receiver out of the backfield, has that skill set to him, but I don't think we need to like just say, well, that's his role in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, no, I think he is a guy that can contribute on all 3 downs in the NFL. Has the size that you talked about. 205 pounds is nothing to scoff at. I think you turn on multiple Syracuse games this past year, and there's multiple times where he makes a play, does something really good for their offense. I like him a lot. I think he's another one of these guys getting lost in a very deep and good running back class. In a normal running back year, I think you could make the argument that Allen's a top 100 pick. But because of just the nature of this class, he's going to go 170 whatever he went.
No, 100% agree. I also say there's a linebacker who hasn't been taken yet, who probably will be taken in a little while, who every time I saw him tackle somebody, he impressed me with the fact that they stopped or went backwards. It doesn't matter how much momentum the ball carrier had. When this guy hit them, they just stopped, and that to me is like that's what you're really looking for in a linebacker. You don't want guys that make tackles, but they get dragged 5 extra yards. Unless you want that guy to become the head coach of the New England Patriots for a year, but that's another story. But anyway, this guy let nobody get past him, and LeQuint Allen actually stopped. Like he was stopped upright for a second by this linebacker, but then bounced off of him and scored. So I was like, wow, for a guy when I found out he was 205 and I knew about that play, I was like, wow, that's amazing. Simeon Barrow goes back to that thing we talked about the Miami players earlier, had a much higher profile before last season, which is a shame. They were on television, and covered every week, but when you're the defense for that kind of offense, I feel like you're already going to, look like the lesser unit, but I do think that there's some potential in him. He's a big enough guy and has a quick enough first step to be able to have success, but yeah, it's a long fall for him, maybe from where he started.
Yeah. Add this to the list of names I'm not sure how to say. Smail Mondon Jr. From Georgia. So I've never been a big fan. I remember I scouted him over the summer. I thought, athletic, and then that was kind of it. I didn't really think he brought much else to the table. And this past year, don't really know if he added much to the repertoire. I again, like I said, I think he's athletic. I think he can, move sideline to sideline fairly well, but I don't think he has the overwhelming physicality that you want. I don't even think he's like great in coverage as much as I think he is athletic. For a Georgia linebacker, and there are multiple Georgia defenders that we've already seen go, and others probably will go at some point. But yeah, I've never been a fan of his, really. No disrespect intended, maybe a little, but yeah, I've never really seen the NFL future for him. I feel like if I would have hoped that he would take more of a bigger step forward in a Georgia defense, and he just never really did it. So yeah, this is a very much a take it or leave it for in terms of the standard that Georgia guys have set the past.
No, sure. Yeah, well, that's a high bar.
Yeah.
I'll talk about the two tackles. I'm familiar with both of them. Chase Lunt went to the Washington Commanders at pick 185 or 165, and Carson Vincent went to the Browns at 167. I feel like both these guys are good. I don't know about lottery tickets. Lunt is a little more polished than a lottery ticket, but I feel like Vincent and Lunt are one of them. I'd say you're at least 50-50 with guys like that in this round. Who are were very dominant at the level of football that they played, and that may translate when it comes up. They both acquitted themselves pretty well against better competition in the All-Star circuit. Lunt is primarily a right tackle, I think, in the NFL, and Vincent, although he was a left tackle, might end up being a guard or maybe a right tackle for you. I know Cleveland right now, I think, is pretty set at tackle, so I suppose you're going to develop him and maybe have him either be their swing tackle or be a guard for them. And I feel like he can do that. And it's been a little bit of a downtime for HBCU schools. A lot of those guys transferred up with the transfer portal, and the level of football is not what it was even 10 or 15 years ago. I think it's considerably lesser, which is really unfortunate because a lot of traditions and if you ever get a chance to go to an HBCU game with the bands and like the whole experience of it, they're great. So I highly recommend, but Vincent, I think, is probably the best HBCU guy this year.
Yeah. I think most people, I think the pushback for kicking him inside is, well, he has these super long arms, right? And like that's, you got to make him a tackle if he's got these amazing arms and this great, size for the position. But I think he's just got so much that he needs to just clean up in terms of his, his technique and his, understanding of how to play the position.
Right. Well, like I said, he's never been challenged. Like that experience we were talking about with Emory Jones in the Senior Bowl, where he had a chance to go against good players and learn every rep something. Mm-hmm. He hasn't really had that. I mean, other than the Senior Bowl, I'm telling you, the guys they were playing, very rare were the opportunities on his schedule to face somebody that challenging. So, I think he saw Elijah Williams maybe, but there aren't that many guys who are even sort of fringe NFL guys that he faced. So there'll be a little bit of a step up for him.
Yeah,
I like him though. And you said the arms, maybe improving his core strength and figuring out sets for his body type that can work for him as a tackle. Yeah, totally worth it, especially late round 5.
Yeah, no, and again, if you're, I'll never blame any team for, if your whole strategy for day 3 is just like, let's just take traits, let's just take guys that have there is a world where they can become a quality starter at their position in the National Football League. If that's your plan for day 3,
pretty good plan.
Go for it, man. Because
especially offensive linemen. I mean, I'll tell you this, Anthony. I this is a subject near and dear to my heart. I have been studying it myself, but I also just got into reading. Discovered someone a couple of weeks ago who had actually been studying the success rates, the hit rates on interior offensive linemen that were taken after pick 100 versus those that were picked ahead of pick 100. And basically, what it boils down to is if you pick traits at athletic testing, specifically somebody who has good explosion, better second sigma or better explosion numbers and very good short shuttle numbers, that those players had a hit rate that was like 3-1 over poor athletes at the position taken in the first 100 picks. So in other words, you are more likely to find a late day guy going for traits than you are, in round 3 taking an interior offensive lineman that sort of, almost wasn't really good enough to be picked early. So I do feel like there are certain positions and certain, measurements or testing that can be a pretty, it's a good strategy. There are teams that definitely do that. I want to say that Jacksonville is pretty into that. It might be that Baltimore's all about speed. They disregard everything basically at the combine, and they measure specifically in-game speed. And the only thing they care about at the combine is I want to say it's your second or your middle 20. It's the middle 20 of your 40. They're like have some kind of weird, things, but you see their guys. They'll always pick guys that had high in-game speeds and had not necessarily good 10-yard splits, but had really good middle splits. Anyway, it's a piece of inside knowledge that matters to no one. Maybe to Jim.
Will, I was actually having that conversation with somebody yesterday where if you look at like Keon Coleman, he's like ran a pattern where he basically like every 7 yards was making like a diagonal cut. Mm-hmm. And they said he kept getting open. But as soon as he runs 14 yards, they catch up to him. Mm-hmm. So the key is he has to change directions because the short area quickness is actually elite, but he hits whatever his top gear isn't top enough.
Well, short area quickness matters more if you're running out of the slot or you're running in breaking routes or whatever, right? If you're running mostly goes and comebacks, it matters less. So it also depends what your role is. I wouldn't judge a wide receiver. I do tend to judge wide receivers on their combined. One thing I like is the combined 40 short shuttle and 3-cone. There's somebody has a name for what it means to like. I think it's called AQ or something. But the point being, yes, for receivers that are going to operate out of the slot, that's a pretty good measurement to have because you want somebody that has enough vertical speed to be able to run the slot fade, but also has enough quicks to take advantage of the two-way go in the middle of the field that they have, right? So that's a useful, whether you're a tall receiver or a little guy, those kinds of things. I mean, there are traits and then there are analytics and, measurements or whatever testing. But I do think like guys who have certain good traits, for instance, always are the guy getting targeted on third down and they catch the ball and they get a first down. Like that's a valuable skill, very small micro packet of skills, but good ones, right? If you combine that with somebody who tests well, perfect pick for this, latter half of day 4 or day 3, because chances are their athleticism is going to keep them on the field and their traits about being good as a possession receiver are going to get them looks, right? You'll get the ball. If you play with a veteran quarterback, they're absolutely not throwing a young guy the ball unless every time they throw it to him, he catches it and he does what he's supposed to do. So if you know the playbook and catch the ball, you might get targets from an Aaron Rodgers, but if you are not, forget it. You're never getting one. He'll completely shut them out, like Mike Williams. So I'll let you go. I've been talking for a long time, Anthony. Hit me with something.
No, you're good. I was actually using that. I was listening, but I was using that time to figure out what the hell I'm doing at 186 here.
I secretly knew that you had something going on in the background.
I'm trying to figure out because I remember who we've taken, but I'm like, all right, wait a minute. What positions have I like not addressed yet? Anyway, but yeah, no, I'm good now.
By the way, there's a certain simulator that's not Draft Professors that doesn't show you. It's very difficult to see who you picked, and it's annoying the hell out of me because I'm like, I can't remember who I picked. Who did I pick?
I cannot stand. I'm gonna go on a tangent here, but
let's go.
I feel like we've seen the emergence of like several new simulators and big board creators and all these like cool things, and I'm it's very great, very nice, whatever. Obviously, Draft Professor is the best, so use that one. But I feel like an integral. If I ever had both the time and knowledge to create a simulator, I feel like the first thing I would do is make it so you could see your picks that you have made. Like that, I feel like if I ever come across a simulator that I can't do that with like relative ease, I'm like, I'm out. Like I cannot be expected to do, multiple 7-round mock drafts and like constantly like keep in my head like every player that I've selected for a team, whatever, or like, one long 4-round mock, whatever it is. So just for anyone who is exploring the chance of making a simulator or making a whatever, anything like that, just that feels like pretty big part of it in my opinion.
Will and Anthony, you two are up back to back, and the Saints are about to time out.
Oh, great.
So, Will, do you know what you're doing at 185? And Anthony, do you know what you're doing at 186?
I believe we do. Do you want what? Would you rather us catch up a little bit while we're waiting on the Saints, or do you want to keep going? Seems like we're
the
making
Saints just timed out, so you guys are up.
What about the Chargers at 181? I've already timed out as well.
The Chargers picked a player that was already picked, and they haven't put a new one in.
Oh, okay. Up to you, Anthony. What do you want to do?
Well, I mean, if in
a way, I feel like we need a second to catch up. But if you want to get ahead of the pick before since they timed out, I'm happy to do that too.
I mean, it's up to because I have my pick as long as you're not about to snipe my pick. So we can bang out ours and then just kind of keep working our way down. But if you need a minute, I can bang out some guys here.
We think we know. We're just. I just was confirming without going off air, which I think I can do via text. Yeah, I got the thumbs up. So yes, we have our pick.
Great.
And I feel like here's what I would say: if you can get a 21-year-old player from a Power 5 program with an excellent track record at the position, doesn't it feel like you have to take that guy in round 6?
Yeah. I gotta tell you that kind of fits. I don't know what you're doing, but that might fit the description of who I was about to take. Actually, maybe not.
Oh, I picked him. I put him in the wrong spot. I put him in the Chargers. Hang on a second.
He might not be 21, so actually, I might be fine.
Okay. Can I get back?
Either way, do whatever you're doing. Yeah.
Can you not filter the page, Jim, for me so I can enter my pick? I would like that because I'm afraid now that somebody timed out. This is my chance to jump the podium like they did with the Vikings.
Yeah.
Apparently that's happened twice in the last 15 or 20 years.
And I mean, with a 2-minute pick timer, right? If you're not able to because I guess there's some people that are having some issues with internet connections.
Yeah.
Where they're saying that they can't see the picks.
Right.
And I can't solve somebody else's internet connection.
Yeah, that's tough enough. I'm very good at the tech support, but not that good. Values only. There we go. That is the pick. Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, tackle from Georgia.
So just confirming that Georgia one's not, or the Chargers one is not. That's not who the Chargers.
I put it in the wrong spot.
Just confirming. Okay.
Because that was the page that was up whenever I typed in. I didn't realize I was typing in the wrong page.
You could throw Will Howard in for the Jets. I thought about it. I'm like, Will Howard's not 21. I don't know why I thought that, but anyway.
Here's the thing. I don't mind it. It's not for me. It's not for me. I think he does a lot of good things with this game. I feel like he's always going to have a little bit of that sort of knucklehead to his game, where make 5 great plays and then just do something where you're just like, oh man, like I wish you hadn't done that.
I think if I was grading Will Howard like before the playoffs started, I probably would have told you that I wouldn't draft him. But because he played so well in the playoff,
he really did.
I'm like, I mean, obviously we're at 186. It's not like I'm saying he should be a top 50 player, but I'm much more content with just like getting him in the room, and I appreciate a quarterback with experience. He's played multiple systems. He's tough. I always like size at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
He is similar to Josh Allen only in his physical running style, and I'm choosing my words very carefully so I
Right.
don't get called out for comparing him to Josh Allen. But
Yeah.
I think he brings that to the table. I think his arm is good. So again, get him in the room. He's not challenging Justin Fields for the starting job. He's probably not even challenging Tyrod for the backup job.
Right.
I think Jordan Travis needs a little bit of a push to keep his QB3 spot. Some Jets fans still swear by him, even though he literally has not stepped foot on a football field in the NFL. But yeah, I'm Will Howard at 186. We need to get a quarterback at some point. I like this. So
I'll get to the Pittsburgh pick in just a second. Tell you a little bit about why we like him, aside from the fact that he's 21 and has the the pedigree that he has. But I feel bad, like we're going to get too far behind. Jaden Blue, I think has huge upside. He's also very young. There were some issues with ball security, not as bad as some other running backs in the class, but the upside with his speed could really make him, once again, the right fit. I could really see that working, and maybe Philly would be a good landing spot for him. So I buy that part as well. We talked about JJ Pegues. Do you want to just sort of like one sentence through them? If you want to add something to what I said, feel free.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Sorry, because I also have
another thing. I can keep going.
We'll keep going. That way, Anthony
Emil Diggs is a
out what
player
he's
that
doing here.
I have heard.
Annoying that
I've heard that Emil Diggs is a player that the Steelers are really hot on. So don't be surprised if he becomes a Pittsburgh Steeler. I like him. I don't know that this edge is a giant need for the Steelers, but maybe they know something about TJ Watt's status that I don't know. I really like Pittsburgh's 2 and 3, so it doesn't make me scared to like not pick an edge in this class. And their number 4 that they just signed is also pretty good. So that may be why I wouldn't have drafted him for them. But I actually think there's some upside to his game, and at this point of the draft, that's pretty good. But Clay Webb was a player I was talking about earlier, who was he and his running back were really the only 2 guys on their team, and every running play went behind him. And there's a Jacksonville State game that was like one of those Tuesday or Thursday night games earlier this year where they just like every other play was like some long run up the middle behind him because it was just like open this massive hole, and the running back had good burst going through, and he's in the secondary. So I think Clay Webb, they found some warts in his pass protection as the season went on, but as a run blocker, like he was a 5-star recruit. I'm not saying he's going to have this person's career, but Alan Faneca is a guy that just went to the Hall of Fame who was an okay pass protector, had some problems with pass protection, and was an unbelievable run blocker. So it's a similar profile in terms of the kind of guard you're getting. Could be a center as well.
Hey, guys, there's a question in the chat. You guys want to take a minute and take that one? We're definitely getting a lot of visitors checking out our mock drafts.
Well, I'm all about the chat. I just don't want to get so far behind we'll never catch up. But
we'll summarize every team at the end.
Right on.
Right. So we'll be able to get every player when we do it team by team. I definitely would like to engage our audience if we can.
So I know what my answer is going to be, Anthony, but I want to hear yours to this question about the quarterbacks. Should we be picking quarterback this year, or should we be waiting for next year's quarterback class?
No, I've been rambling about this since literally like December. I am taking obviously I just took a quarterback, but I'm absolutely investing 2026, like premier 2026 draft capital over premier 2025 draft capital into the quarterback position.
Sure.
I think, you obviously you can't predict how a quarterback class is going to look, when 12 months out from a draft class. But from what we can gather now, based on who's eligible and the progression that we are expecting certain guys to take, the guys like that are returning to school, like the Drew Allers of the world and the Garrett Nussmeyers of the world, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I fully expect, at the very least, we are going to see stronger like depth in terms of like guys that could be top 50 deserving quarterbacks.
Mhm.
In my opinion, we are really forcing Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck to be guys that should be in the top 50 conversation. And I'm notoriously lower on Shador than most people, but even Shador, I think, is a guy that deserves to go top 50. But it's him and Cam, in my opinion. Like,
So
that's it.
yeah, so let's add something to that, Anthony.
Yeah.
So let's look at the Saints, right? Because the Saints, the last 2 years, have drafted a quarterback. Yet we're saying that they're in the market for a quarterback this year, right? And that doesn't even exclude the fact that they had Derek Carr, that they drafted quarterbacks the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So my response would be, yes, draft a quarterback, but don't be like, it's okay to draft a quarterback this year knowing that next year's class is better. The issue to me is, what resource do you invest in the quarterback this year?
Well, the answer is simple, Jim. You don't invest a resource that precludes you from spending a first round pick next year, right? Because if you spend a first round pick on a quarterback this year, chances are unless you're the Arizona Cardinals and you're bold enough, you're not going to pick a quarterback in the first round the following year, right? Very rare. So to me, that's to me why I don't want to pick a quarterback for Pittsburgh at 21 in the first round, or maybe even the second round, is because I think it will preclude them from getting a quarterback next year. And here's how I feel about next year's class. I follow quarterbacks earlier in their careers and through their whole careers in the college football draft than almost anybody that you know. I know when I talk to people about next year's class or the year after that I am, the list of names that they have is very small and usually from bigger schools or whatever. But if everybody came out next year who's draft eligible, they won't. But if they did, it would be an all-time class. It would give 1983 a run for its money. You got Lenora Sellers. You got obviously Arch Manning, people everyone wants to talk about. Taylor Green. You got cats that not everybody is talking about that are going to be by this time next year household names. New Orleans situation is a little bit weird. The local school that people pay attention to in New Orleans, of course, is LSU. The quarterback for LSU is Garrett Nussmeier, who's really good and has a chance to be, if not quarterback one next year, one of the first 2 or 3 quarterbacks taken. And guess who is the offensive coordinator for the New Orleans Saints? Garrett Nussmeier's father. Mm-hmm. So it's like I feel like if there was ever a setup, it's for New Orleans to pack the team, get it all together, deal Derek Carr whenever he's at the trade deadline or in the offseason, and make a move and try to get Garrett Nussmeier, because I have a feeling he's make the fan base happy, but more importantly, he fits with the system. He understands how to run it, and he's a very polished quarterback who's worthy of going high in the draft. So for New Orleans, it's a little different situation. But I'm not a coach who has to keep his job by having a quarterback this year, right? I can, in my imaginary team, can go 3-14, and it doesn't matter. I'm not going to lose my job. But yeah, for your coach in the NFL, and they tell you you're going to lose your job, or you have a losing season, then you get desperate, I guess.
Well, and that's why too, I think we talk about whether or not Cleveland should take a quarterback, whether or not the Giants should take a quarterback. And, I can sit here very easily and tell you I would not take a quarterback not named Cam Ward in the first 3 picks of the draft. But if you're Brian Daboll or Joe Shane, or probably less so Stefanski and Berry, but the seat might start to be warming up a little. But they don't have next year to just be let's just swing on Drew Aller instead. If the Giants are bad this year, they are gone, and they're probably not getting another job again, another GM and head coaching job in the NFL again. So, that's a very real thing to it, and that's why they had to go out and get Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. It's because they are in a win now situation. Their hand was forced, and they couldn't just say, let's just decide whatever we want to do on quarterback, and be comfortable with it. It's what can we do to win football games, but also have a plan for the future. So, but here's how I would just summarize it. if the question is, basically like Jackson Dart in round 1 this year, or take my chances next year with a quarterback that's going to go round 1, I would absolutely say 1,000 times over, wait till next year.
Well, and also, I just feel like you got to wait if you time it so that you're looking for a quarterback in a year where there's not just one guy, because not everybody can get to the first pick in the draft. It's hard to move up that much, and that team almost always usually needs a quarterback, right? But if there are three guys, one of them's going to fall to 10, and you have a realistic chance to get to 10 if you were even mediocre the year before, right? So I feel like moving to 10 to get the third best guy that you happen to think is a better fit for your team than even the first guy, if you get lucky like that, like that's the time to pounce. I would even, next year might be a year where like the fourth and fifth guy taken are going to be pretty good. Like if you want to use Bo Nix as the standard, I feel like you're going to get a guy who's going to be at least as good as Bo Nix, if not better. The fifth guy that comes off the board next year would be my guess, based on who's run out of eligibility and who's going to come out. So I do think it's going to be an excellent year. This year, I mean, I've been saying for 2 years that I thought Cam Ward was the best quarterback that could have come out. So I'm a little biased about that, but I do think that it's head and shoulders better than the next, the next quarterback. He might have, for me, he might have been the best quarterback last year by a good margin. So,
Can I ask you I'll ask it this way. If Bo Nix was in this class, where is he? Like, where does he rank and where does he go?
2, right? He's
okay. I'd agree with you.
2 in this class. I think he's got more tangible skills and he's a little bit bigger and is sort of he has some similar qualities to Shedeur. They're both good in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
They're sort of like that, quick processing and make a play. They both had a lot of success with that in college. Nix maybe more than that, but I think that's his sort of the thing that he's particularly good at is quick decisions, get rid of the ball, but in red zone, make smart decisions. So I just feel like, yeah, they both had their flaws, and I can see why people would like Shedeur. I have no problem if you encounter somebody who tells me that Shedeur is actually, he was so under duress with his offensive line, and he didn't really have that much to work with, and he made a lot out of it, and he's going to be better when he gets to the NFL. I can't argue too strongly against that, but I can just say that when you see somebody like Cam Ward, like this is a apocryphal story. I watched less than 10 minutes of Patrick Mahomes. The first time that I sat down to watch Patrick Mahomes in a game and look at tape for the draft, I watched less than 10 minutes of it, and I wrote the sentence, we have forgotten what a quarterback looks like because this is what a Hall of Fame quarterback looks like in college. Like, so I think some of that is, the perception takes some time to catch up. So maybe we'll feel differently about this class that we're in right now 5 years from now, and maybe some of these guys will prove us wrong. But it doesn't. When you look at their college tape, they don't shine like that to me. I don't see Pro Bowlers and All Pros and better than that, except for Cam Ward.
No, and I don't either, and that's kind of why too. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just naive, and maybe listen, as a Jets fan, we aren't experienced when it comes to
you've had a lot of training to be
I know what a bad quarterback looks like. I don't really know what a good one looks like, but
yeah.
But I don't subscribe to this idea that if you have if you have the first pick in the draft or you have a top 3 pick in the draft, you have to take a quarterback because you're never going to have a chance to take one again. Look at the best quarterbacks in the NFL right now. Patrick Mahomes went 10th.
10.
Lamar Jackson went 32. Josh Allen fell to, I always forget if it was 6 or 7. It was one of those.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Did Josh Allen really fall, or is that where he was picked?
What do you mean?
Well, it's just that he wasn't seen as being worthy of a top 5 pick.
Josh Allen was not. Josh Allen, from a mechanics and a technical standpoint, was nowhere near a first overall pick. So
right.
all the physical tools.
And obviously, Anthony, you and I are on opposite ends of that quarterback class, right? Because
Yep.
each of our teams took a quarterback that year.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And my opinion with that quarterback class is that's why you have to know if you're talking about the floor or the ceiling, right?
Yep.
So I think like with Cam Ward, we have a reasonable floor and there's a ceiling that hasn't been hit, like tapped yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with that QB class with Darnold and Mayfield were probably drafted ahead of Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson because Mayfield and Darnold were seen as having higher floors.
Yeah, but I just, if you draft a quarterback in the first round because he has a higher floor, you're making a gigantic mistake because it's all about what they can do, what is possible for them to do, what you can bring out of them, and what the ceiling is. Because there's no point in drafting a quarterback that's going to be 20th in the league or maybe a lifetime backup for you. It's like that is not a win. The only win is if you draft a guy that's elite, and if you don't draft a guy that's elite, you have to keep working at acquiring, as the Jets fans can well tell you, until you find somebody that's more closer to elite, until you finally find the guy that's your long-term guy. But
And
it's
that
safe picking quarterbacks. It's dumb.
yeah, and I will admit I thought I used to think that way, and I've realized now, okay, no, I'm wrong. you have to swing because you're investing, a very pricey, top 10, draft pick or whatever it is, like on the most important position in professional sports. Like, take the swing. If you're gonna take the swing, right?
Don't apologize. Just go hard and loud.
Yeah.
Don't sneak in to picking a quarterback. That's all.
This to me is kind of the crux of my Shador stance is and people disagree, and that's fine, but I see the world where Cam Ward becomes a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. I think he needs to work on some things, but the physical talent and the physical ability to do so is there. You see it with Shador, even if, and he's a very smart, very tough, accurate, all these things. But the path to being a top 10 quarterback, in my view, is a lot more narrow than Cam Ward's is.
That's exactly what it is. You can bet on a risky prospect if you can see the path and it isn't like threading the needle, with a piece of, with a bullet from a mile away, right? It's like that's how I feel about sort of Jalen Milroe. I'm like, yeah, there's a path, but it's like it's so narrow that I don't see that risk being worth it. For me personally, for what I like in a quarterback anyway, because I feel like you have to. If you told me somebody was limited athletically to run, but you could make them a little better, you could get them in a little better shape, they would run better, but they're a really good processor and a really good delivering the football as a passer, I'm going to bet on that guy as far as developing them. But anyway, we digress. Can I go back to talk a little bit about some of these cats that I pick out some names that I want to talk about? Jim, or do you have some more input from questions from the audience?
Oh, no, you got it. You got it.
I don't know how you feel, Anthony, about Sebastian Castro. Had a great Senior Bowl. Was like glue on everybody in drills that are traditionally very difficult for defensive backs. But he didn't really test very well, and I'm not positive. I think he's pretty much slotted in as a nickel defender or maybe an alley safety defender. But I'm not sure if he's a good enough athlete to do that in the NFL. Instincts and twitch be damned. I don't know. How do you see Sebastian Castro?
I think the athleticism is it's really the ultimate question with him. I think he has the smarts. I think he has the football IQ and the overall size to be a good. I probably see him as a safety in the NFL, and kind of just let him process and identify and play downhill. But we've seen where Iowa's very well coached. They have a lot of smart football players that translate into the NFL, particularly on defense. But I think you kind of need to not have the highest bar for him. He maybe is just a special teams guy in the NFL. But I think it's worth, he's worth this kind of pick on because, he is well coached and can be successful in the NFL, even though he's not a top tier athlete. But those limitations will absolutely show up if he's anything more than just like a backup or like a depth player.
Marcus Yarns had one of the best highlight reels of anybody that I saw this year. He makes like my top 10 highlight reels for sure. Really elusive, fun open field runner. I mean, he's not nearly the size or perhaps even the elusiveness of Savion Williams, for example. But yeah, he's fun. I kind of have a feeling that he is going to end up as a slot receiver in the NFL or take on that role, even if he's nominally a running back. But I think there's a future for him, and the Colts seem like a nice fit for that.
Yeah, I think so. What is it? Jake Majors from Texas, I think is our second center, if I'm not mistaken. I guess it depends who you classify as a center, but second pure center, I'll say. He's smart. I think he's a decent blocker, but I don't think he's particularly great at really like anything. Which is why he's kind of going in this range and why the center class isn't really the meat and potatoes of this class, so to speak. But yeah, smart. I think he moves pretty well, but nothing special. Fine. If you're into that, Dallas, good for you. Dallas needs, Dallas needs a little more on the interior offensive line. Why not get a Texas boy in the state? I guess
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Marcus Ware, the guard from Montana State, to the Chargers. He's a sort of a classic, like bigger in the old days, right guard kind of a type, but is a little bit of a bully. And I feel like in the course of they're always in the playoffs. They're not just playing like the lesser teams in the FCS. They played some really good teams, and he survived not only that with distinction, but also All-Star games, whatever. So I think there's a chance. Another small school guy that I think has a good chance to make a team and maybe find his way to being a starter someday. I love Devin Neal. I don't know, buried in this class. Probably should have come out last year because I think he had a bit more of a presence in terms of the public mind and fit better in that class than this one. But, gamer, guy who made a ton of plays for them for a very good offensive team at points.
Yeah, I feel like all the Kansas guys kind of. I mean, I shouldn't say all, but the Devin Neal and their quarterback Jalen Daniels kind of both suffered this year. I think there was a time in 2023 where we were excited about both of them more than we are now. But Devin Neal's still a hell of a football player. Getting him at it was 182, was it? So that is certainly good value. I do think he's a victim of just a really good running back class. A lot of these guys are falling that shouldn't be. I'll jump down to who did I want to talk about? Oh, Ricky White.
Really like it. We almost picked Ricky White. That was our we had 4 guys in mind, and Ricky White was where we started. And unfortunately, we just decided not to pick him. But as a football player, man, great player. I'll let you go.
I'll tell you what, man. I forget who you were mad about before that fell. But for
Savion
me,
Williams was the one that I really got.
But for me, that's Ricky White. Ricky White's in my top 100. I don't care what anybody says. And I will say, I summer scouted him, and I had him top 20. I've calmed down a little bit. But man, you talk about just a true threat at all 3 levels, in my opinion. I think he can win in the quick game. He can win in the intermediate game, and he can also take the top off. He has that speed. I think he is like, listen, if nothing else, he's a hell of a punt blocker. So getting that in the 6th round is great, even if he literally never takes a snap at receiver. But I like his game a lot. I think he suffered because he had a hell of a 2023, from a statistical standpoint. And then I forget how many games it was, but the first few weeks of the season, they had that whole quarterback controversy with Matt Sluka. And it seems like he and Ricky White were not on the same page. So Ricky White suffered because of it. And I think a lot of people wrote off Ricky White. And then when they made the quarterback switch and Sluka left, you saw a noticeable uptick in Ricky White's performances.
Yeah.
And there were still some weeks where he didn't take over games as much as you would have hoped for. But I think the skill set's there. I think the love of the game is there. Definitely somebody that I could see being honestly, maybe even a wide receiver 2, but definitely a wide receiver 3 in the league. Getting him in the 6th round, the 200s, is awesome value for the Rams, especially too. After moving on from Cooper Kupp, getting him in the room, I like that a lot. That's one of my favorite picks we've seen so far.
Just a little. I mean, I'll be honest. We were just a little disappointed that he came in 2 inches shorter and was only 180, $180 something instead of 6'2", 200, which is sort of how he was advertised, and then ran 4.6. It's like these things just started piling up on him. If you don't know any of that and you just watch him on tape, he's a fantastic football player. So I was like, do we pick the football player who's a great football player, or do we pick the receiver that we think is a great receiver? And that was the debate. And I think it would have been fair to go either way. I know that as soon as you started talking about the greatness of Ricky White, my co-GM on the other show is like, he's like, yeah.
Get excited, man.
Yeah. But I'll talk for a second about the Steelers pick since I'm here. Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins with Georgia. I know I mentioned he's young and he played for Georgia and whatever. But the thing that's great about him, and this was something that Jeremy Colwin, my co-GM, pointed out, is that although he measured at 270 or something at the combine, he said that he thinks he has the body type and the ability to play smaller than that if somebody wants him to be an edge, and to play 300 pounds if somebody wants him to be a defensive tackle. And if you look at his attributes and his frame, he carries that 270. He looks like he's a linebacker, and was also in the backfield defeating offensive linemen in the SEC. So it's like it seems like his whole career was spent in the offensive backfield. So we just felt like the versatility there was a good match for us because we want to have a guy that can kick inside in the nickel and rush the passer, and maybe sometimes play the 5-tech. So when Jeremy points out his game against Kentucky was particularly awesome. So if you're looking for a Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins show card, that would be the place to go. So that's why we chose him. I love the idea of a young defensive, versatile defensive lineman with a high pedigree. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. You talk about Howard, Trevor Etienne, going to get drafted around 50 picks higher because of his last name. But I do think he's like you mentioned earlier, there's only so many backs in the draft who have that speed, kind of the top gear. So he does seem to have that going for him. But a pile of running backs. Choose your flavor. What do you make of Desmond Watson?
Desmond Watson. You know what? Is he? What? I forget his weight. It was like 400.
Here, let me just confirm. I have it right here.
Yeah, I know it has a 4 in front of it. But
yeah, he started the season at 411. I think by the time he got to testing, he was more like 450. But and here's the thing. Well, before you say anything, just let me say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
He had a jump that he didn't do the broad jump, but he did a vertical jump. That jump, if you put that in the sort of like the graph of guys who do that jump usually do a broad jump about like this. If you put that on him at his weight, he has more explosive power than almost everybody in the class, maybe everybody. And he did it in bare feet. Can you imagine being 460 pounds and doing a vertical jump that is an outlier third sigma level and doing it in bare feet and knowing you have to land in bare feet at 400 some pounds? That's madness, man. And you can't even, you couldn't even jump. I couldn't even jump in bare feet. I'd probably be 6 inches shorter in my jump. So hats off to him. But he can actually play. I know it's like a bit of a freak show because he's huge and whatever, but I found his tape to be really intriguing. I think he's a good player.
I don't think I would draft him, but like if you want to throw him an invite, come to camp. Like I'm all for it. You can't teach size, right? Like that's the moniker. That is size unlike any other. But yeah, I mean,
Anthony, are you old enough to remember Ted Washington? Ted Washington played for the New England Patriots for years. He might have played somewhere else as well. I'm sure Jim remembers him. He was the first, like this mammoth run stuffer in the league at a time when the run was a huge deal. And he played it around 4 bills. So it's like he was just so massive and immovable that it worked. So he had a cutout role for teams. And the thing about Desmond Watson is he's like way more active than that. He's got longer arms and can play a more attacking style if you want to. So all I'm saying is it's not that different. He could probably play at 4'11" and be pretty fit for his shape. That's not that different from Ted Washington 20 years ago playing at 400 pounds.
I do think and I will note too that this is still a big difference in weight, but I was a huge T'Vondre Sweat guy last year.
And Anthony, you're on the clock for the Jets.
Okay, I wasn't sure because
Price timed out. So
okay,
I'll buy you some time. You can come back to that question.
I just sent it in. I'm good. I had it ready to go. So I'll just say I was a huge T'Vondre Sweat guy last year, and the big knock was, no pun intended. The big knock was, can a guy at this size, does he have the conditioning? Like, can he last, consistent snap by snap basis, for a whole season, yada, yada, yada. And we saw he was arguably like one of the best defensive tackles from that rookie class when, all the hype was Byron Murphy and Johnny Newton. I feel like he kind of outplayed both of them. So I think if, big guys can play as long as they have the conditioning, and you would need to, see what that is with Desmond. But even if it is like, rotational run defense snaps, it's really tough to get past a 400-pound guy. So, like I said, I would be happy throwing him a camp invite, and man, it would be fun, if nothing else, to have him in the locker room. So,
Jim, can we announce that the Steelers-Browns trade?
Sure. What was the like?
It was approved earlier. We just didn't announce it yet.
Oh, yes. I don't have it immediately in front of me.
Yeah, it's about to come up. So it is. Wait a minute. I don't think this.
That was the one. Yeah, I'll let you remind me. It's probably.
I don't think it works. Hang on a second. Did Cleveland trade up to 216, or did the Saints trade to 216? Because that's the pick that's involved. So is that?
Yeah. So you see how it says Cleveland 216. So Cleveland had it, and they traded it to New Orleans.
Okay, so then that trade is not going to work because that's the pick. And we agreed to it, so I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I'll have to ask. I will ask the Cleveland GM before we get to that spot. So hang on one sec. Well, it's 6 picks away or something. I love BJ Green, by the way.
I can talk about him. I feel like
now I'm the one that needs a second. So please hit it.
Yeah, no. So BJ Green from Colorado. He is, I think, not nearly talked about enough. Like, and I in the same way, a lot of these running backs have been falling victims to a deep class. I think, guys like BJ Green are falling victim to a deep edge class, but he is, he's on the shorter side. He's 6'1", 270. I think he plays with a lot of power in his game. I think he has a hell of a motor. Dude is just constantly in motion, constantly trying to make a play. He was getting coached by Warren Sapp this past year for the Buffaloes. So that that's a little bonus point too. But just again, a guy that you want in the locker room, I think. I like his power. I like his strength. I like his ability to drive people backwards. I think it's there for him. He doesn't bring you any kind of like elite bend, any sort of elite athleticism, anything like that. But just a tough, hard-nosed, physical defensive end that I think adds nice depth to the Jets' edge room at this point, and is more of in the mold that I think Aaron Glenn is more used to in Detroit. These sort of bigger defensive ends. Jets don't really have that. Our top guys are, like Will McDonald and that sort of smaller build. So get some size and power on the D line at that edge spot. I'm a big BJ Green guy for sure. All right, let's see. Who else are we dealing with that we haven't talked about yet? You know what? Let me pull up my thing here. So Woody Marks going to Denver is another really nice pick that I like. Former receiver turned running back, can really be an effective like third down running back. Like if that is what Sean Payton, is looking for here, he's got it. Is really going to be an asset for Bo Nix, I think, in those third down, passing situations. But Woody Marks is, and we're seeing now like a lot of running backs that have come off the board recently here that, in a normal running back draft class would absolutely be much closer to the, sort of late day 2, early day 3 conversation probably. You're talking about guys like Trevor Etienne going to the Vikings at 187, Kyle Monungai, who I really like, going to Tennessee at 188, Ollie Gordon, who at one time was, I think looked at as a top, if not like a first round running back, certainly would have been like in the top 50 conversation, had a big time down year this past year at Oklahoma State, but a lot of that was just a bad offense around him, bad quarterback play. The entire team really was a mess. They finished last in the Big 12, so you can't really put all the blame on Ollie for his lack of production, but still, there are questions I think about just overall speed and agility out of the backfield for Ollie Gordon, but can certainly see the vision with him, so to speak. Let's take a look. Who else here? Oh, we got Willie Lampkin, everybody's favorite 5'11" offensive lineman. Willie Lampkin.
5'10".
5'10". Excuse me. I tried to
be the best damn 5'10" lineman in like 60 years.
Honestly, yeah.
He can play.
I mocked him. I think it was a couple weeks ago when I did my
Anthony. Listen, everybody mocked him. No, I'm joking. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yes. No, but I mocked him 4th round to I think it was the Bills a few weeks ago when I put out my mock draft. And like I stand by that. Like I think if you took Willie Lampkin like early mid day 3, I get it, because you know what, I'm a big measurables guy, but F it, he is just so fun. If he was 6'3", 300 pounds, he'd be easy center one in this class, just based on tape. He would be potentially like a top 50 selection in this class. The knock is just height and weight. But again, the tape that he put out deserves to be drafted. And I think it was Baltimore that took him. Yeah. So, Baltimore is gonna love to have him in the building. And if any team I think can like really get the most out of him, it is Baltimore, and just their organization and their understanding of how to develop offensive linemen in general. I like that for Willie as well. So,
and Will, you were correct. Pick 216 is Pittsburgh.
Okay.
There was some discussion in the chat, and we determined that you were right.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to step on anybody's toes. I just wasn't sure. We should have announced it a while back. I just, I like to keep the suspense about are we drafting a quarterback at this point? And I decided that I would sooner take a chance on Will Levis basically for free than to spend even a day free pick on what's left on the quarterback board. Especially because we got sniped for Jalen Milroe back there. I'm kidding, because we weren't going to pick him. 2 picks ahead of us. We didn't even. I shouldn't say that. The question was raised in the chat. Well, Jalen Milroe is available at this pick. Maybe we should just take him now because it feels better in the 5th round. And then someone took him right when we were having that conversation. So I feel like our draft room is bugged this year, right, Jeremy? I feel like our draft room is bugged. We were looking at Tesla film. Someone picked him. We started typing Savion Williams. We just were like, that's the pick, right? Yes, got picked right in front. Someone traded up to like pick him in front of us. So yeah, we think we're like the Todd Haley. We think the building is bugged. So we're not saying anything anymore ever again about our prospects. I'm sorry, I got so far off track, guys. I really apologize for those of you in the audience trying to follow along with what.
Yeah. So Bill Sparks can't filter the main sheet. Take the sheet, copy it, filter the copied sheet. We need this sheet up, please. So, do you know who the pick is here, Will?
Do I have 30 seconds on the clock?
You definitely have time.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, we're working it out. We have literally we determined we were going to go BPA here, and the problem is we literally have 7 players, and our third GM Corey has had some problems joining us. So like, if you have that third person, they can jump in. They're like, forget it, you guys. It's easy. It's this guy. But we're like going back and forth. So I'm going to put you on mute for 1 second. I'll be right back.
I just realized too. I forgot. This is my mistake. I forgot I traded 207 to Jacksonville when I moved up to 107 to get RJ Harvey, and I did not reflect that in the sheet, so that is completely my mistake. Okay. So hopefully I did not.
We will solve that in future years with a simulator that will handle this.
Yeah.
I determined after testing that the Draft Professor simulator, because this functionality is there, you just can't see it. I just said I'd rather do it in a spreadsheet this year, but next year my simulator will be able to handle this event.
I will say I think we've done a very good job keeping it, organized and intact. Yes. I'm honestly kind of surprised we haven't had more of those mistakes. And that one's that's on me. But either way.
Yeah.
So we digress. We move on. All right. Who else? Who's been taken here that we can discuss? I just went on my Willie Lampkin charge.
So I've got a name for you. This was a new name for me.
Yeah.
Elijah Huzzle from North Carolina.
Yeah. Is it Huzzy or is it an I? Whatever.
Did I mispronounce it? So it's Huzzy?
I think it's Huzzy. Either way. Yeah. So Elijah Huzzy, another one of these sort of undersized corners. I think he measured like he was under 200 pounds, and I don't think he was that tall either. But he's athletic, moves around well in coverage. It really just is, again, sort of this question about size and just overall physicality. And honestly, he's even kind of small for, again, he's only, again, like 5'10", 5'11", I think. So he's undersized just for corner in general. But there's a lot to like about his game in terms of, again, like that athleticism and the fluidity in coverage. I feel like he isn't. I guess this is about where I would take him. I have him around like the 200 range. So we're seeing, I think, a lot of these. I mentioned it briefly before, but like these smaller corners that I think you're not going to expect them to be long-term boundary corners for you in the NFL, but they can contribute, whether it's in the slot or on special teams or as depth pieces for a defense. So yeah, Elijah Huzzie, fine choice at this point. We are now coming up on the final, couple dozen picks here. I'm trying to see if there's like anybody that's like egregiously still available. I don't think so. I think we've got most of the people taken that I would say should be taken at this point. Still a few quarterbacks that I'm going to be surprised if they don't go.
So have you seen Jarquez Hunter or Brashard Smith go?
No, I don't think either, unless I missed it. I don't think either's been drafted.
Yeah.
Have you seen
A
Taj
year
Brooks?
ago, yeah, exactly. All right, I'm about to announce it and put it in. And you have
We on the clock?
yeah. So think about it for a second, but listen to this question. Just to
Will, I don't know if you realize you're unmuted.
Oh, sorry, guys. I unmuted because I was ready to come announce the pick.
Okay.
Just one.
Yeah. No, I don't think Taj Brooks went either. I'm double checking now because I've.
No, we're good. We're good. I was just asking if you had noticed.
Oh yeah, no, I think we've seen a lot of running backs come off the board in the past, like couple dozen picks, that I'm surprised they fell this far, but at the same time, I'm not surprised they fell this far. But yeah, guys like Hunter and Taj Brooks, I'm getting those guys as undrafted free agents, if that's what's going to wind up happening here. Would be very good for the NFL team that does that.
There's some amazing running backs left. Like I'm telling you,
Yeah.
I promised earlier that when we get to the end of the draft, I'm going to name 5 that that haven't been picked. But I think it was wise to wait. I think it'd be silly. Like you got Ollie Gordon in round 6 at pick 190. Like that's not fair. Where would he have been in an ordinary running back draft or like 5 years ago? Like, I mean,
I was saying if it was 2023, Ollie Gordon probably goes like first round or like top 50 at least.
Yeah, the people would be debating. People would be debating. Should we have taken him or not? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, should we in the first round? They'd be like, "Oh, is he a first rounder?" Like maybe. Yeah. So that's crazy to me. Just by the way, before I get to my pick, jumping ahead, just a couple of names I wanted to mention. The knock on Zeke Biggers, the defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, is that he's just a run stopper, like we described Cam Jackson and whatever. And I think, yeah, primarily he was very good at that. But if you actually look at his games, he's very active for a quote unquote nose tackle who's just a run stuffer. He gets a lot of penetration. He gets past defenses because he's got long arms. He has punt block or kick blocks. He's a good once again, that like we talked about Ricky White, he's a good guy to have on special teams. And I think there's a potential for him if he played in the system where he was allowed to penetrate more. I think he could be a bigger success. His athletic profile is, to use a cliche, off the charts. He tested incredibly well for a person of his size, and I really, really like him again, to be a better pro if he goes to a place where he's basically allowed to play more. Like if he goes to some place where he can play more, I think he profiles a little bit like more like a more active nose tackle, like Javon Hargrave or somebody like that. He's bigger than Hargrave, but he's got that same sort of skill toolbox, I think. And someone picked Kyron Lacey. How do we feel about that? This is kind of the right time, I guess.
You have to take a swing, right? Because if the legal issues cleared up, you're definitely getting a day 2 player.
Yeah, and the way the legal system is and stuff like this, it's like we don't have any idea right now. There's no way to know if the lawyer is telling the truth or if the police are telling the truth or how it comes out in the wash. And I would say even if he gets, they go to, he is guilty. He's a first-time offender. They're probably going to make a plea. It's not going to be great, but he probably won't go to prison for 5 years, which would be like the worst-case scenario, meaning he might even be able to play immediately for some NFL team, right? So I would say that there's only probably like a 25% chance that maybe he never plays or that he comes out of prison in 5 years and you don't want him anymore, whatever, right? So I don't know. I feel like it's sort of despicable to pick players that if they've done horrible things, but we don't even know,
Yeah, yes. And if we are purely talking about from a football standpoint, he was somebody that I was looking at like for day 2 conversations before all this went down. So, in that sense, great value. But I don't know. And we don't know, but this feels a little more like of a serious, like something that's going to jeopardize his career.
Like Henry Ruggs, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I would say it doesn't sound as bad as Henry Ruggs if I'm kind of split a hair on people dying.
Sure, right. Yeah. But it feels closer to Henry Ruggs than it does Mike Green, is how I would frame it.
Oh boy. But I would say I think there's a better chance of Mike Green going to prison for 5 years than there is Kyron Lacey. That would be my guess.
Well, no, because Kyron's been charged. Mike Green has not. So
I think he was as a juvenile, but we don't know the answer to that. I guess we're not going to find out.
Yeah, they're not going to. Yeah,
I'm just saying he's in a precarious situation. He can't. No more chances to do anything, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. But I don't.
These things are all speculation. I feel bad if you're Mike Green and like your mom hears the show. It's like, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm saying I don't know.
We don't know, and
if I have to bet on these things as a GM of an NFL team, I'm going to care about that.
No, this is purely from a we're looking at it from a how an NFL team is going to approach the situation that exists, and none of us are saying that guilty, innocent. We're not making any sort of legal judgments, anything like that. But it's a legitimate question that teams are going to answer, and where these guys wind up being drafted. If they being
like Mike Green is one of the absolute, he's probably inarguably one of the top 5 actually talents in this class, and so it's a little bit more worth taking a chance for somebody who is that outlier of talent. Kyron Lacey is a good player, but yeah, you can see him falling more because it's less of a home run swing to take him. I think he's a very good player, but that probably decreases the value of taking the risk, I guess is what I'm saying. So I feel bad for him if he's not guilty, because I think it's going to affect the rest of his life regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to talk about, because this guy has landed me in hot water. Tez Johnson going 218 to the Falcons. I got a lot of flack when I said that I probably would not draft Tez Johnson at this point, and I haven't changed that opinion. But I mean, at this point, you're talking about pick 218, so like I'm not gonna chastise a pick, whatever. Listen, I get the excellence that he had at the Senior Bowl. I get the great, the shiftiness and the separation skills that he has. I understand it. I just, in my humble one man's opinion, I can't draft a 150-pound receiver that runs a 4.5. I just can't. And maybe I'm dumb, I'm naive, fine, but like I just cannot do it. You are expecting me to believe that, like I guess my thing is like, what's the ceiling? We hope that he's like Tank Dell. I don't think he's anywhere near.
Tank Dell was a much better player.
Tank Dell is much better in multiple areas than Tez Johnson is. And like, like what Tutu Atwell, like, is that the comp? I can get an undrafted free agent that can give me the kind of output that Tutu Atwell does. And I'm not trying to, trying to shit on him. But like, what are we talking about here? Like,
I'll give you a positive one. Not great, but positive. Calvin Austin, right?
Sure.
So Calvin Austin was 5'8", 170, or actually 5'0", 7'6". He's not even a full 5'8", 170, but he ran a 4.32 and had a much better toolbox as far as releases playing as an outside receiver. So along with Tank Dell, those two had an incredibly high rate of success rate versus man coverage on the outside. So that's very different than Tez Johnson. But I do, like I said, I think we're going to see more and more wide receivers and corners who are under 180 pounds, under 170. It's coming. Like, they're just the way the game is evolving. These quick throws where you have easy access throws and catch and run. The jitterbug little guys have an advantage in a way. So. Yeah. You just can't play press against them when you have to defend a wide field, especially in college with the wide hash.
Yeah, no, and I concede all of that. Like, I am not in any way disputing any of that. Again, I just think for me, because then to me it comes down to, this question of like, positional value, like kind of the way that we view running backs. It's like, if you can get a slippery slot receiver in rounds, 4 or 5, but we're starting to see more and more of them come along. Well, then it's like, well, wait, then why can't I wait until, round 6 or 7, or even just undrafted? And again, if you're, even you mentioned Calvin Austin, being 170 pounds or whatever he was, that's 15 pounds heavier than Tez was. So I just, again, maybe I know I'm in the minority, but like, if I'm being naive, I'm being, dumb about it, whatever. But I can't do it with the.
What, man? I think you're like older than you're like one of those cats that were like, you came out of the womb at 35 years old or something, because you definitely have an old school mentality, which is not. I'm not neither saying that's a compliment or it's not a knock, but It's interesting because you're too young to have the attitudes about football that you have.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just I don't buy that like these super quick wide receivers are the way to go. Like, I feel like you can just win with size and strength, and that's sort of getting lost. But I digress.
I thought, to me, the end of the world was Jameson Williams. When I saw what Jameson Williams weighed at 180, at 6'1", 180, yeah. I was like, or almost 6'2", 180. Mm-hmm. I was just like, that guy is too thin to hold up in the NFL.
And I'll say too, like, I did not expect Tank Dell to be what Tank Dell became, and so I concede that I was wrong.
I'll take that point because I had Tank Dell, about 100 points higher than 100 slots higher than everybody else. But that was because, like I said, I did my, I did my sort of research on him, because most people would just have figured he's just a shifty slot guy, but I knew he was capable a lot more than that. And this injury, I mean, the thing is, very tragic to that injury, because who knows if he ever comes back from that. But
well, that's my thing now is, he absolutely was playing great football, and we saw what he did in his rookie season with CJ Stroud, but now we've only had 2 years of him, and we're already talking about catastrophic injuries.
But I don't know. I mean, that was such a freak thing. I just feel like it could have happened to anybody of any size, really.
Sure. But I think the chances are at least like a little bit increased for a 150, 60-pound guy versus a 210, 20-pound guy. Like, I don't think we can just ignore that smaller, less muscular guys are going to be more susceptible to these kinds of horrible physical injuries. So, and
Fair enough.
Can't predict injuries, but how many picks do we can't have that many more picks left.
Here's one for you, because there were 2 teams that wanted Dan Jackson in round 7. So tell us about Dan Jackson, the safety from Georgia.
Well, old school football player like you're old, if you're old like me, if you're old like my watch is talking to me, sorry. If you're old like me, you remember when that's what free safeties looked like in the league. That was a very popular thing up until maybe even the mid 80s, late 80s. To see a guy that was like a little bit stiff, but fast enough and a big hitter and a really good instincts player. And I'd like to think that there's still a place for that. Like, I'd rather have a guy like Dan Jackson than somebody who is a more fluid athlete who isn't as good as safety. That's sort of how I would characterize him. So I think he's a better instinctual and therefore better football player than somebody who's there's a safety for Syracuse that's not picked yet that may or may not get picked, who's a really good athlete and can make some great plays, but I'm not sure he's as valuable to your football team as a Dan Jackson is. What would you say, Anthony?
Yeah, I mean, I think if nothing else, Dan Jackson is the epitome of special teams guy in the NFL. Like, he's I fully expect him to be the guy in this draft that has a 6 to 8 year career solely as a special teams player. But and I don't mean that as a that's not an insult. That's just, I think he fits that mold very well. And we saw, at Georgia, just will come at you full steam ahead and will happily lay into you when given the opportunity. So yeah, Dan Jackson's he's a fun 7th round pick. I endorse that for sure.
By the way, we still have a whole round of picks left. You said we can't be that many more. There's 30,
I guess you know what? Yeah, I kind of forgot.
There's 33 picks left. It's more than a whole round, honestly.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Well, I mean, we're getting there, but
O'Donnell Fortune, I just want to talk about. I watched a lot of South Carolina, amazing team this year that got really one bad game against LSU, and that sort of knocked him out of the, probably a national championship type run. But O'Donnell Fortune played corner for them, and he's listed as a corner for the Raiders. I believe he's going to be a safety, and I think he's going to be an excellent one. If you just go right now and see his highlight reel, the O'Donnell Fortune highlights that are on YouTube, and I would wager to say 2/3 or more of the highlight plays are him basically playing a safety position. He either is dropping literally into quarters or into a cover 3 type shell, but he's so perceptive in terms of coming downhill from zone. Like, anticipating while you're in zone is one of those things that most college DBs, if they're good athletes, never really get asked to do. Most of them just match up on somebody and play man-to-man. So he's got really good zone skills. So either cover 3 corner or more likely a safety. And I feel like he could be really good at that and sort of flying under the radar for this draft. By the way, just quickly, I heard a lot of people talking in the last month about how thin a wide receiver class it was. And I would just like to point out that we just picked Ricky White This is all after pick 200. Ricky White, Andrew Armstrong, Sam Brown, Elijah Badger, and the aforementioned Tez Johnson, whether he makes it or not. That there's nothing wrong with that group of wide receivers. That's a healthy hunk of quality players that came off the clock in round after pick 200. I mean, Anthony, or would you have said this is a weak wide receiver class like most people?
I wouldn't say weak. I think we are sort of, it's not
Spoiled,
2023.
Yeah, we're spoiled.
Right?
So, Will, I think that's a good point, and I think what I would add to that is that this is a wide receiver class where the flavors are really different.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, like, I think that there's a lot of prototypical X receivers in this class. But like not every team wants an X, right? Like I think this class might be weaker if you're looking for the Z or the slot. This may not be as good. This wide receiver class isn't as good as last year.
Yeah.
However, if we flash back to the year that like Jordan Addison and JSN went in round one, that class didn't have a lot of X's. This class, to me, feels like you're going to be able to get a prototypical X round 5 or 6.
Well, Sam Brown. Sam Brown is a guy that, in some classes would have been elevated a lot more. But, yeah, you're right. He's buried. I would say Elijah Badger at pick 217. I don't know if you guys are that familiar with him, but, DK got more sort of hype for some reason. But Badger was the one that the dominator rating was like he had the higher percentage of yards and touchdowns for them. He's better. His ball skills and his ability to catch the football and extend from his body and run different kind of routes are all like an iteration better than DK's. And here he is, and he tested, at the combine, not even like at pro day. He had great testing at the combine. No idea why, played in the SEC. Like, how can you be that lost? Why are people low on him? Like, that's one that I don't really understand. I like him a lot. Like Jim in Drafted Team, I picked him as my BPA, I think, at the end of the draft, in like the 500 something pick. It doesn't make any sense to me. End rant.
I do think there are a lot of receivers that, and this could also partially be Badger's problem. A lot of receivers, I think, fell victim this year to bad quarterback play.
Oh yeah,
and we see that every year. But like, I think this year there's quite a few. You think about the Florida receivers, the Texas wide receivers. I mean, Matthew Golden up until like halfway through the year was on nobody's radar because I think Quinn Ewers was just like trying to figure himself out.
Or hurt, or whatever, we don't know.
Another one here, Keandre Lambert-Smith. Could easily be a guy that could have gone like 50 picks ago based on talent, but
so by the way, those are when I said we were looking at four wide receivers when we picked Ja'Cory Brooks, Lambert-Smith, Ricky White, and Elijah Badger. I like that. For me, I'd be happy with any of those 4 guys. I think those 4 guys are actually really good players who are going to make a team, and then you'll see them in the league playing. So that's why I say. I swear a month ago people were talking about that wide receiver was the worst position group in this class, and I don't, other than quarterback. And I
wouldn't say it's the worst. I do think we are sort of on the 2023 high, and we
corners and wide receivers in 2023 were like never something like what running backs are like this year.
That was right, yeah. So I think people are sort of we're setting the standard a little too high. I also, and I will not take credit for this. I did not come up with this idea, but I do probably agree with it, and I find it interesting. I don't think we're ever really going to see, quote unquote, a bad wide receiver class anymore because of how the position, like kind of what we were talking about, how, every team is looking for specific kinds of wide receivers to more fit their scheme, their offense, their system, whatever. So, if as long as there's like 1 or 2 guys that can fit that specific mold, and you can get them and you can, implement them how you want to implement them. Like, you're never really going to have a wide receiver class where it's like, oh, there's just no talent. There's just no talent at the wide receiver position, and you're shit out of luck. Like, whatever. There's always going to be wide receivers that are talented and that will be taken, and to at least to a point where you're not going to say like it's a bad wide receiver class. Like the quarterback class that we see this year, that's never going to happen with the wide receiver position in my view. So I mean, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that sort of.
Yeah, I just, like I said, I wonder, well, there's this whole disconnect between what the college game is and what the pro game is. And in certain ways, the pro game is becoming more like college. But we still have those hashes, man. The hashes being wider in high school and college make a huge difference on offense and
Sure.
even judging what middle of the field players look like in that situation is vastly different. So, like, your ability to get to the edge if you're a running back to the wide side of the field is completely different in college than it is in the pros, because that linebacker ain't that far away in the pros, right? And he's also faster and bigger than he was in college. You put all that together, or quarterbacks looking to make those throws that the defenders are more tightly packed and get places faster. So as long as there's that distinction between the two games, there's still going to be a bit of a projection issue. But you're right. There's like we are manufacturing wide receivers and corners, and we are maybe even manufacturing offensive and defensive linemen, but we are not manufacturing quarterbacks in college.
No. It is interesting because you would think maybe that the wider hashes, would sort of help in a way quarterbacks in being able to, make longer throws to the outside and being able to, push the ball downfield and what have you. But the problem is it's the passing doesn't really go forward. It kind of just goes
everything is horizontal,
right? So it's sort of irrelevant in that regard. It's irrelevant where the hashes are because you're throwing behind the line of scrimmage anyway. So and that's kind of one of my other issues with Shedeur is I feel like his offense was heavily catered to just get the ball out to playmakers on the outside, whether it was Horn or Wester or whoever, and just like let them push the ball up the field by just running it. So,
well, I'd like to say something about this quarterback class so far tonight, or the last 3 nights. So we've had 9 quarterbacks drafted, if I counted correctly, and I feel like the real problem with this quarterback class is that people are picking quarterbacks that I don't think are in the top 9 because they're bigger name quarterbacks. Like that's another issue is that yes, people sort of get, you get clued into someone like Cam Ward or maybe even Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart, but I think sometimes you get these guys like I like Riley Leonard and everything, and I think that he was a really good college player. It's like the thing is people confuse the difference between being a great college player or having college success and being an NFL prospect. And I feel like sometimes, especially with quarterbacks, people get very caught up in the hype of the school that the guy played for or that he was in the college playoffs or something like that. No offense to Will Howard, because I do think he has some more talent than that. But like I have 2 and very possibly 3 quarterbacks that I feel like I would sooner have drafted than everyone. I mean, almost everyone, other than maybe 3 quarterbacks drafted tonight. But I would want to draft them. So,
I totally hear that. I think one of the prime examples, well, there's 2. One is Jackson Dart, because I can't understand the first round hype with him. As much as I'm notorious for being anti-Shedeur. I can at least I can see why you would think he is a first round pick. I don't see it at all with Jackson Dart, and I don't see it at all with Tyler Shuck. Like, those are 2 guys that I see people throwing around as like, oh, let's trade up to the back half of round 1 to get Jackson Dart. Hell, Jackson Dart's getting top 10 hype from some people. now Tyler Shuck is like the new, like, he could be the best quarterback. I saw, I think it was Diana Rossini, like, quoted a head coach, an anonymous head coach, who was like, I think Tyler Shuck will be the best quarterback in this class. What are we doing here? Like, what? Like,
No, it's the bar at closing time. It's like, people get a little more attractive as the closing time comes around.
Yeah, you have a couple of drinks because you're like, God, this class is bad, and it's like, well, maybe it's not that bad.
I can talk myself into it. No, I actually have a quarterback who I predict will not get drafted unless somebody is following quarterbacks like the more like the way I do. Who is? I'll give you a little clue. You can think about it because we have some picks, and at the end I'll reveal the name.
Okay.
He started at a program where the head coach is known as an offensive guru and a quarterback guru in particular. So the guys who have played under him are always very highly regarded around the league, and sometimes become offensive coaches themselves. And he played pretty well there, but he transferred to a school that I think is closer to where he's originally from for whatever reason, and actually had a lot of success there. And the thing about him is the footwork, the NFL readiness of this guy because of what his training has been in college, combined with a reasonable amount of talent, very good accuracy, very solid under pressure. Maybe not the biggest 50 yards down the field arm, but pretty good. Like definitely you could see him being a guy like Ryan Fitzpatrick, who, comes into the league, wins a backup job because he's so polished and ready to go and can teach you the offense. And then at some point gets a chance to spot start and does pretty well and manages a long career. Like that's who this player I think is going to be. But I have literally been on Twitter with all the draft professors and many other people on Twitter who are, into the draft and talked all the quarterbacks and how bad the quarterback class is. And he wasn't mentioned once, not once. And I feel like it's just, he doesn't play at a Power 5 school anymore. And he doesn't, he's not a hot name. But does that mean he can't play? Absolutely not. So it doesn't, like, I feel like if you had 2 or 3 guys to come out of the class that end up being pretty solid, it's not a bad quarterback class. It's just, we're hung up on these sort of name brand guys from name brand schools who are not really good prospects. And maybe one of them will hit, you could have made a very good argument that Bryce Purdy wasn't an NFL quarterback Brock Purdy before he came out, and he's a pretty dang good quarterback. So we could all be wrong about everything.
Yeah. No, and that's why too. This sort of goes back to the conversation about how the draft capital you invest in the quarterback position. A lot of a quarterback success is down to fit. It's down to the coach. It's down to the team and personnel that you surround him with. It's down to, just the situation, the teams in his division that he's facing, even as, as arbitrary as that might sound. Like, a quarterback obviously has their own skills and their own ability that you can develop and whatnot. But, if you put a quarterback on a bad team, it's really hard for that quarterback to be successful. That's why what Drake May did last year is like nothing short of like miraculous. I was one of those people that was like, do not play Drake May because you're gonna get him killed.
You're gonna ruin him, right?
You're gonna make him the next David Carr, who got thrown to the wolves and then subsequently was sacked like 50 something times his rookie year, and then ruined. like never had a chance to recover.
But to be fair, he had that Shedeur trait of like holding the ball to the point of absurdity.
Yes.
In college. So that was a particularly bad fit for a team with no offensive line.
Right. And that's also why I do not advocate for Shedeur going to a Giants or a Cleveland.
By the way, shout out to the quarterback coach of the New England Patriots, who has previously had somebody under when he was a quarterback coach with Cleveland that ended up being a pretty solid pro that's still in the league. But he not only, coached Drake May to success on that team, he got Joe Milton to look like he was almost an NFL quarterback in Week 17. His name is T.C. McCartney. His father is Sal Onissi, who was a quarterback for the Colorado Buffaloes, who probably would have been a pretty significantly high NFL draft pick, but got cancer and died. His mom is the daughter of Bill McCartney, who, those of you who know college football, is like one of the top 10 college football coaches maybe of all time. So he comes from a coaching legacy family and has had a pretty nice run through the NFL. And man, you get kudos from me if you make a rookie playing for that New England team look outstanding, and you even make Joe Milton progress throughout the season. Like, chapeau to that guy.
For sure.
That's why I know his name, because I was just like, who is their quarterback coach? That's amazing.
A miracle worker that works in the NFL.
No kidding. By the way, I did want to just quickly 2 seconds on a couple of players. Elijah Roberts, edge from SMU. 4-3 edge. Probably could even he's even more useful as a nickel pass rusher on the inside. He's about 280 pounds. He's really good. I don't know, like, people I don't think saw too much of SMU before they were in the ACC, but their team this year was really good, and part of the reason was they had a couple guys on the defensive line who were NFL players, and Elijah Roberts is one of them. And then Major Williams was our pick for Pittsburgh. He's a D2 player. Mad respect for D2. I was surprised to find out recently that there are quite a few D2 players in the NFL, and the most likely position for you to play if you're a D2 player in the NFL is defensive back. I believe there are 13 in the NFL, and if you figure there's maybe 10 defensive backs per team, that means 13 out of 320 play D2 football. That's incredible. So hats off to them. Major Williams, good size. He's a 200-pound, 6-foot guy. He's not like a tiny, undersized guy. Incredible playmaker. He will be like that for us. He would be a nickel corner, and maybe be able to play some safety also for us. He's also a kick returner, or a punt returner rather, with some mojo in that regard. Very physical. He meets all the standards. When I was talking earlier about nickel corners, nickel backs, so I feel like that's a guy that will get drafted as a D2 player and will play in the league. So wanted to shout out to him.
Yeah. Well, we got another small school one for you here. Coleman Owen, wide receiver from Ohio University, going to the Bears.
All right. Although, to be fair, Ohio University isn't that small.
I know. You say small school wide receiver. I'm like, oh, he's going to shout out Efton Kism. And then you're like, no. No, I love Efton Kism. I've literally been the Efton Kism guy this whole year. But no, we can go Coleman Owen. Fine, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we can't all be real smalls. Like, people, Mel Kiper would call that as Ohio, University, or Ohio, University as a small school thing, So I buy it. I get it. He's he ran a 4.43, and you play it. And the MAC is a respectable conference. It's not talent top to bottom on every team, and especially not in a place like Ohio, which is not the best MAC school ever historically. But yeah, I only barely know who that is. I've seen Ohio play a couple times in the last 2 years. But there's always a guy from the MAC who is a little bit of an underdog story who ends up doing pretty well. You'll see him in preseason. You'd be like, where did that guy come from? But I would say that is it Kism or Chisholm? I always called him Chisholm when we talked about him on the show, but
yeah, you know what? Actually, I think it is Chisholm. I realized after I said it.
But I think Chisholm, it's like he's not super straight line fast, but he's a guy that gets open. He is used to being the volume. He's used to being the guy, meaning he's going to find spots. He's going to figure out how to get open. He's going to figure out how to catch the ball in possession downs, and had a pretty good All-Star game. So I also, it doesn't hurt that Cooper Kupp came from your school, because people look at that and they're like, oh, he's a wide receiver from Cooper Kupp school. He must be good. Whether that's true or not, I think it influences not just mock drafters in places like, Draft Professor, Epic Mock, but also NFL teams. I believe they scout the helmet more than we would like to admit.
Oh, I think Efton Chisholm it's similar to how I feel about Xavier Restrepo, where yes, the speed and athleticism are not great, to put it nicely.
Yeah.
But you know what? They still find a way to get open. They still find a way to great hands. They catch the ball, and can really be an asset for a quarterback. So I've like I said, I've been banging the drum for Efton Chisholm for a hot minute now. I think 2-0 or 230, whatever number we're on now, is too long for him. But we did acknowledge before, I think several receivers are going a little too long here. So
Wow.
seems like a trend.
So
Yeah.
Rashard Smith lasted all the way to round 7. That's
Yeah.
not one that I saw coming.
Yeah, that's been the constant in every draft that I've done this year.
What's that? That the running backs just fall?
No, Brashard Smith in particular seems to be the odd man out in the conversation for a lot of people. I like him. He's a little bit undersized, so it's some people are like have a real sort of hard floor for how down they will go, and he's not that small, but I mean he's under 200 pounds, so right away that sort of puts him in a different category.
Mhm.
But yeah, speaking of SMU players who had great seasons. I mean, he's a really good player too. Just so some of it's the running back depth, and some of it is just that maybe he is not the flavor that is most popular amongst people, I guess is what I would say.
Please.
I do think if there's such a thing as helmet scouting, there's also such a thing as weight scouting, where people just see a pounds number that they don't like and immediately disregard that player.
But what do you think Jahmyr Gibbs is playing at in the NFL? I'm not sure he's playing at the weight that he tested at.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I think he's playing smaller than he was because they told him look, your speed is and your agility is your asset that we really want to milk. We don't need you to run up the middle 30 times. So I imagine that there's probably guys in the league who are playing under 200 pounds that you see every week and think are great. So I mean, if you're that team, you're more likely to draft a guy like that, another guy like that, because you're like, oh yeah, no problem, that'll work.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of good players going now, and I feel a little bit bad about not talking about them more, but maybe I'll just buzz a couple. Where was I sort of seeing a run of players over like Keandre Lambert-Smith for Auburn? We mentioned earlier a second ago, but there's a guy that can make plays at the like you said about White, that makes plays at 3 levels of the field. Very good catch and run guy. One deep, he won on deep routes. Like that guy has some take off the top speed. Good for him. Bryce Cabeldue is extremely versatile offensive lineman who will definitely get drafted and make a team because he can be your game day backup and save you a roster spot because he can back up. I believe he's played all 5 spots. We were trying to figure it out the other night. I think he may have played all 5 spots while he was in his college career. So he's a guy that could be a left tackle fill-in for you and can play the other 4 positions really well. Jalen McLeod, can someone explain how you can be in the SEC and rack up the sacks? And he's not the fastest off-ball linebacker, but there's a role for a guy like that who is an amazing pass rusher and can play some downhill linebacker for you. He's an early downs. He's your off-ball linebacker, and he steps up to the line and blitzes or rushes a quarterback. I really dig that guy. I don't know, Anthony, you seen him much?
Not a ton. I do know. Yeah, he does have that sort of linebacker edge, versatility.
He's a tweener. That's why nobody likes him.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Is you don't really know what he can fully develop into at the next level. I probably would say linebacker is more likely, but you kind of wish then he can develop more as a kind of athletic cover guy, if that's the case. But you have to like the size and the skill set in that regard. So I get your.
I just think it's like I said, I started separating linebackers into the 4 categories I mentioned earlier, and I believe he fits in that blitzer category, and that's it. There's some guys in the league making good money who are basically paid. They're off-ball linebackers, but really their skill is that they're really great blitzers. They can't bang on tackles all day long, but But when it's a pass rush down and they come from different spots on the field and maybe, have a step to get going and not have to hit an offensive lineman right away are deadly. And that's what his game is like. He was defeating offenses plan for pass protection, and just has the right blend of physicality and nose for trying to figure out how to get to the quarterback. So I think that's a marketable skill in the NFL, and I believe he's going to have some success with it. And I like these guys, like Caden Priestcorn, the tight end from Ole Miss, Brew McCoy, wide receiver from Tennessee, Jason Marshall, cornerback from Florida. Like those cats are sneaky good for this. Like hats off to those GMs, because Priestcorn, I think, led this tight end class in several statistical analytical measurements in terms of like the yards per route run. I think he might have been number one. I know he was really high in a couple of like categories that you wouldn't necessarily have expected him, especially as a guy who's tight end 15 in the class or whatever he is.
Yeah.
Like those dudes.
I'll quickly shout out. Well, I'll shout out two guys. Cody Lindenberg, who went like to 18, I think it was. I'm a big fan of his. I actually, believe it or not, I have him in my top 100. So I kind of forgot he hadn't gone yet, because I was trying to find like guys that I think are egregiously still on the board. But I'm a big Cody Lindenberg guy. I think he is really. He has the size that I just admittedly am a sucker for at the linebacker position.
You mentioned that.
I think he's really smart. I think he's a really good tackler. I think he defends the run well. Yeah, he's not a great athlete. He's not great in coverage, but I think he makes up for it in that, again, that downhill run defender first role. I think he can excel really well. And then the other one I wanted to say, Maliki Matavao, the tight end from UCLA. I remember one of the first Draft Professor podcasts that I did was tight ends, and we talked, and I watched Maliki for that episode, and I was really pleasantly surprised with his tape. I thought he moved really well for a guy his size. It's like 265, I think.
Okay, I gotta pause you. Somebody got sniped, and we're in the comp pick of round 7.
Oh, love it!
50 snipe is crazy.
I'm sorry for interrupting you.
That's okay.
But that got me with 6 picks to go. Somebody was complaining that their pick got sniped.
Oh my god! You had only yourself to blame. You had many picks before this. You should have taken the guy.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, that's on you, bud.
No.
But yeah. So Maliki Matavao is a really fun. He's a fun watch.
Mm-hmm.
I like the athleticism and skill set that he brings for a guy his size. Quietly, I think could actually develop a really nice career for himself. So
does he not? Am I crazy? He reminds me of the last UCLA tight end they had that went to the league.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name right now, but I feel like they profile very similar players, and I mean, it's just like maybe they have a type. So I'm not trying to helmet scout, but it is like that guy I really liked him too. I can't remember his name right now, but I'll think of it in a second. And I was just going to say Marcus Harris, I think lost in the shuffle because if you start at Idaho in your career, you never really shake that. You never really become a top prospect, no matter how you perform. But I think he's like he's going to be in the Hall of Fame for Idaho football. No, not Dolchich, the other guy who was also Pauly. Can't think of it right now. Someone's just sent me a text about the player I was forgetting for UCLA. Anyway, Marcus Harris is going to be in Idaho football's Hall of Fame. They're talking about already that he might be the best defensive player in program history. So he was really good there and then transferred up and was good at Cal. I thought he had a fantastic season. A lot of stuff on the score sheet, and was targeted a lot because he was the guy that was like the transfer up or whatever. And I think he's deserving of going higher than round 7. Inside outside versatility, but I think he's an outside corner in case you haven't seen him.
I will say we have 4 picks left here, and we have our first kicker.
Nice.
Taken off the board at 253. Big moment.
And I love Andres Borregales for Miami. Perfect pick. I'm not sure he's going to be kicking in Buffalo regularly or Pittsburgh.
No,
but I love him in Miami. He's fantastic.
He'll kick for the home games. That's fine.
Well, I mean, he'll have to kick it, but I'm just saying he's a guy that I felt was one of the 2 or 3 most reliable kickers. Ben Sauls from Pitt might have like a sort of like a bigger leg maybe, and that's the next pick. That's hilarious.
We're really getting a kicker run to end this.
A run on kickers. Oh, that's who got sniped? Is that who got sniped?
That would be
hilarious.
No, I think it was Eli Cox, but
I would have
to verify who the player was that was sniped.
Also,
because the picks came in the chat out of order. I think everybody wanted this to finish.
Yeah.
They were just saying, here's my pick, and somebody ended up getting sniped while they were just putting their picks in.
So, by the way, we have a kind of an important moment that I need to mention because you guys may not know this. Are you familiar with Gabe Taylor, the safety from Rice? He is the younger brother of Sean Taylor.
Yes, I actually was just because I saw that in the chat.
And he ran like a 4.38 at his pro day. And it's like, you play at Rice, you are playing in obscurity. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I got to root for the kid. You know what I mean?
Oh,
He's there's something there with him. Perfect pick at this stage. This is like sort of the priority free agent stage of the undrafted players. It's like I'm gonna not have to get into a bidding war for this guy. I'm just gonna draft him in the 7th round, sort of thing. But I think he's very good. And we mentioned Elijah Williams earlier. I think he's the second HBCU player picked, and he profiles as a nice developmental pass rusher. So shout out to the HBCU.
I'll tell you what. I mean, we could talk about other guys too, but the last pick of this draft is Jordan Hancock from Ohio State, and I'll tell you what, that is a pretty nice value at 257. He sort of fell in the shadows, I guess, of I think the initial hype of Denzel Burke, and then the big personality, we'll say, of Davis Igbinosun. So Jordan Hancock kind of got lost, but dude is athletic. He's got the size for the position. I will not be surprised if, for a pick like this, like late day 3, he could absolutely make an impact for a team. So nice way to close this out.
Nice.
Yeah, and there's even comments in the chat about Hancock waiting that long. I will definitely say, like, I learn more when we do these in rounds 5, 6, and 7 than I ever do in rounds 1 through 4. And like, so many people just want to stick around for the top 100 picks. But when we start to see like a Jordan Hancock go in round 7, we have to like to me, that's I think there's significant special teams value. He could easily go higher in the draft than where he went here. But I think this just speaks volumes of where people are on the board or on different people's boards. Because if we look like the running backs, like Krosky Merritt hasn't been picked.
Well, I was about to hit you're preempting me because don't forget, I was going to mention at least 5 running backs at the end of this draft who didn't get picked, it's almost disgraceful that they weren't picked.
Yeah, go for it, Will. Go for it.
Yeah, I was just trying to narrow it down to 5. That's how many there are. I will. Let me see if I can give me 30 seconds, and I'll put them in order so it'll make more sense. Jakrosky Merritt is definitely one of them. Let's call him for the moment number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that'll. Oh shit! No, I can't. I'll make it 8, and I'll make him quick. Shonderick Powell, running back from Central Arkansas, small school guy, but those guys, at running back, you're going to see them in the league, or at some point at somebody's third running back, and they're going to get in the game and look good in the preseason, or whatever. And you're like, where'd this guy come from? He's definitely a guy like that. He can play even though from a small school. He's a sort of a wiggly, little bit smaller guy, but 4.4 speed. Phil Maffa, everybody wants to hate on Phil Maffa, but he's a big running back that can run. And isn't there always a place in the league for guys like that? Like I feel like you're going to find a spot for him. Jaquindon Jackson, former quarterback, playing for Arkansas, I think is an outstanding player, and in another year might have been somebody that I would have picked. He's running back fast, not like super duper fast, but there's a lot of like nuance to his game, and he's very good at reading defenses and very good in the passing game. Makes sense since he used to be a quarterback. Quentin Cooley, Liberty running back, fantastic power running back, that goal line and short yardage thing that we talked about earlier, but also has enough speed to be able to he had a lot of long runs this year, all behind Webb, the guard that got picked earlier. He's a good player. Montreal Johnson and Jacory Krosky-Merritt are both guys that have amazing size and speed. Like, how does Montreal Johnson not get picked in a draft where he might be as good a runner as anybody? I don't. Florida never throws to their backs, so he never got that like dual. Get some looks in the passing game, so you can see how he projects. But he has soft hands on some of the catches I saw, and good at. I just felt like running. Actually, you hand him the football and he runs. The primary job of a running back. I would challenge you that there isn't anybody clearly better in this class. And the guy who has the best cut up of plays, all 22 cut up of any running back I've ever seen in my life, Lan Larson from Cal Davis. If you guys haven't seen him play, you should see him play. He is a do everything player. He was like four-way special teams player, like the gunner on punts, punt returner. I think he had he either had a block kick return for a score or something like that. Was their leading receiver out of the backfield. Played wildcat quarterback for them and had a decent. There you go. Someone was just about to throw that out. Halil, shout out to Halil, still awake in Europe. Anyway, Lan Larson might have played at a FCS school, but he can play. He's really good. Contact balance, A++, really good receiver, great hands. So yeah, this is somebody that we should all know. And the only way you're ever going to hear about him is at the end of a draft like this, or when he gets drafted, in 2 weeks. If you've listened to the show, you'll have gone to see him, and you'll be able to tell your friends who he is.
Yeah, and Anthony, you got one more running back I know you'll want to mention from.
I've been sitting on it. I'm very upset he wasn't in your 5.
Antonio Brown, by the way, was the first out. Was he one? Nope. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, I'm a big Mario Anderson guy. Have been for a while now.
Oh yeah, also great.
Yeah,
we could go 5 more.
I love you honestly, and I'm not even disagreeing with any of the guys you named. This class is great. But I'm a big Mario Anderson guy. I just think he has that potential to be a 3-down guy, one of the best receiving backs in college football last year. You can go back because he started out at South Carolina. He was making plays at South Carolina as a freshman running back.
Yep.
He's athletic. He's not a true like burner, high end top speed kind of running back, but I think it's fine. His ability to just drive through defenders and just keep his legs moving is pretty great to watch on some highlight plays.
Fabulous, man. Good choice.
I'm a big Mario Anderson guy. If he, if the Jets had one more pick in round 7, probably would have scooped him up. But
so let's do a little bit of a blitz as we go through. So
hang on, Jim. I want to go to that just quickly. I just have to mention this because Cowboys Greg is around, probably listening to the show right now, and I'm gonna trigger him for a second, but because he's a Notre Dame fan. But watch Ontario Brown, the running back from Northern Illinois, his game against Notre Dame earlier this year, and tell me that he's not a draftable running back in 99 out of 100 years. So that was the last thing I was going to say. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, so Will, this is what I used for the player list here. Actually, came out of your draft a team. I just took the draft order from draft a team and I just pasted it in as the player list.
Oh, nice.
So this is pending. We're not cross-referencing spreadsheets, but Jolene, as an admin, did a pretty good job of sorting this. So Jake Majors, Jonah Monheim, Seth McLaughlin, to the best of my knowledge, were not drafted.
I think Majors was.
Was he?
Yeah, Majors was drafted. I think McLaughlin was as well. But Jonah Monheim should be and very well could be drafted.
Okay, so here's some corners. So I think Jason Marshall just went in round 7.
He did.
Yeah, and then Hancock right at the end.
And then Hancock went.
I think Tommy Hill will go in real life.
Right, and that's what I mean. So Tommy
he had
Hill,
he had an injury at the Senior Bowl, and people are too hung up on that.
So Lampkin went, Cox went. I'm looking. So Marcus Harris just went. I think B.J. Adams did.
Yeah, but don't forget we picked 40 deep or 60 deep at corner. So in draft,
right.
So there's a lot of guys that are not going to make it in the regular draft who will show up as undrafted free agents.
Stackhouse did. Dawkins did. I think Elijah Williams did. I think Horsley did.
Yeah.
Sorrell, Hassanein. So Tyler Batty, I don't think got drafted.
Yeah, no, he probably won't in real life.
Joyner did. Diggs did.
Ponder did not. He'll get drafted.
I don't know if Oben went.
I don't think so.
Those two, I think, are good bets to go.
I took Green with my illegal pick.
Was it not really your pick?
The BJ Green. No, I forgot I traded it when I went to 107 to get Harvey. So I totally stole that from Jacksonville. Again, my deepest apologies. But
oh God,
Jake Thomas Johnson, Corey had pretty high if he came out last year.
Yeah. He didn't have a good year. I think
he fell off a bit. Yeah,
but we did. Carson Brunner did not get drafted. He absolutely should.
Yes.
I love Jackson Woodard and the guy from Iowa that ran slow. They're both really good.
Higgins went at the end.
I don't have any problem that they got drafted, but Carson Brunner was as good a coverage specialist linebacker as you will see in college football. So and he has NFL bloodlines. If he's not drafted, he'll be on the first undrafted free agent train to Pittsburgh, I'm sure.
Dellinger went.
Hey, can I talk to you real quick about my quarterback that I was talking about earlier?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
So he plays for Louisiana. His name is Ben Woolridge. He started at Fresno State with Tedford. And if you watch him play, he's very polished. And Louisiana was great this year. They also have a former quarterback wide receiver, Lance Legendre, who will be in someone's camp and might make a team. But Ben Woolridge is like all the stuff that people complain about the quarterbacks that aren't developed. They're always talking about, they don't really read the defense. They don't really see the field the right way. They don't process quickly enough. He's really good at all that stuff. His footwork. So on things like half rolls and the stuff that you have to do when you play, especially in an offense that likes to bring tight ends and wide receivers from the opposite side of the formation against the run look. Your quarterback has to be able to make some sprint out throws, and he's extremely good at that stuff. He's a little bit older. He's the same age as Tyler, same draft, high school class as Tyler Shugg. But Woolridge, I think, is going to come in the league and be somebody's backup immediately. And it's just, if he just passes the eye test, if you watch him play, he is all of the things that we hope that some of these quarterbacks are going to develop into, with some actual talent as well. So I like him as a sort of a Ryan Fitzpatrick type. So I think he's, at least a couple of years in the league. The absolute worst case is he'll be that guy that he'll be starting in the UFL and people will be like, where did this guy come from? I don't remember him from college. So good name to know. That's my 2 cents.
So, but before we close this down, I want to take a few minutes and thank some people. So first and foremost, Jolene, I and the draft professors could not have done this without you. She is never on camera, but she is the one that makes sure that the spreadsheet is working. She's the one that puts the formulas in the spreadsheet. So when we switch the team, all of the other information on that row updates. Jolene, I cannot thank you enough. All the other admins, so Anthony Russo, Drew, Raj, Tyler, thank you very much. Definitely want to give a shout out. Randall Slifer, I would not be here without you. And this channel wouldn't exist without you taking a chance on the podcast either when we were first brainstorming this. So there's so many people that are putting this together that aren't on camera. Like, in some ways, I don't want to say Will and Anthony have the easy job, right? Because you guys also had to grind tape on probably 500 or 700 players to be able to talk about these guys. and that's a lot of work too, and I don't want to undermine that. But all of the draft people that had boards and you're mock drafting against each other and you're trading, and there's good banter about players getting sniped right before Mr. Irrelevant is taken. That's like genius comedy.
Indeed.
So, all of you, like, and we have so many people watching. Like, you know, I see like Rob Ashton, Chris Allen, in the chat, and then just so many other new people have found our channel because of this event. So, Jeremy, thank you. I'm looking through to see if there's any other new names. Brandon, you're here literally every night. So, Brandon, it is good to see you again. Jake, good to see you. Randall, always.
By the way, have you ever seen Randall and Dave Damashek in the same room? Because if you're not watching the show and you're just listening to it, I was like, oh, Jim got Dave Damashek on the show. How do you pull that off? And then I realized it was Randall. He is like an ear twin for Dave Damashek, which is amazing. Yep. Good for Randall.
So, you know, this was like I had been podcasting on the draft for like 3 or 4 years. We switched the podcast format up in October. I got more people involved. And this has been like the last 8 months have been so much fun. So we're like at the end of draft season. We've got like 10 days until the draft. This has been a lot of fun. We still have daily draft content coming at you every single day at Draft Professor. But I definitely wanted to take a few minutes and thank everybody. Nice. But Will, do you want to take a minute, introduce yourself in case the audience has not experienced you before?
I'm sorry if you haven't. I feel bad for you. It's actually a huge week for us. I started the Steeler Fury Pittsburgh Steelers Show podcast in 2008. That makes it the longest continuously running Pittsburgh Steelers podcast in the world. Which, as long as we keep running, Jeremy's off camera on the other show. As long as we keep going, Jeremy's kind of hosting these days. We will continue to be the longest running Steelers show. So it puts a lot of pressure to keep going, despite the fact that it's, of course, a lot of work to run a show, Jim, as you know well. But this week, in the off season, aside from doing just Steelers related content, we do a lot of draft stuff. We've had a history of this for a really long time. We had a 32 GM, 32 person human being mock draft in the days long before Twitter. I think it's like 23 or 4 years ago we started. So been doing that thing for a long time. It's a little easier on Twitter in the days of social media. And then during the pandemic, after that draft was over, we were also bored and nothing to do because the regular draft was delayed. So I had this idea for a few really bad ideas for some drafts for games that didn't work. But the one I had that seemed to stick was 21 of us picked a full team of offense and defense and called it Draft a Team. And it was so good that when we invited Jim last year, he was like, this should be on a simulator. I could do that. I have developers that can put this together. So he put it on his website, and it now is made it all the way to ESPN yesterday. ESPN ran Draft a Team. So God bless it. Mel Kiper doing Draft a Team was like, that'll be on my tombstone, I guess. But the one thing I wanted to pimp, I'm sorry to go on a long time. in addition to all our other draft content this week and the Steelers mock war room that we did for this event and are building our draft board for 3 hours and all that stuff, I every year do an annual list of that I call the B2B directional state team of undervalued and small school players for the NFL draft. And I've been doing that at least since 2017 or something. And it comes out on Tuesday. I think I have or the reveal is on Tuesday or Wednesday this coming week, where we'll do a show talking about it with probably someone that co-hosting with me, and we will run through the people that I think are the players to look out for, including a couple that we talked about tonight.
Yep. So before Anthony goes, so this is hysterical. In the Draft Professor chat, they're now signing the undrafted free agents.
Oh, nice. I would have. I had 10 that I would. I'm sure Jeremy's going to run into the draft the chat right now and say that no, we already offered that guy more money. He's coming over to us.
So Shiloh Sanders has signed a UDFA deal with Atlanta.
Oh yeah, that's a good choice. I can see that.
But
I'll take it. We signed JJ Roberts, the safety from Marshall, as an undrafted free agent, and we signed Ben Woolridge as a quarterback. So yeah, we're off to a good start as well.
Yep. Anthony, would you like to introduce yourself to the fine people?
I will do that. Briefly, I will give you, I think I can speak for Will on this too. Jim, we will give you your flowers because you put this this behemoth of a 3-day ultimate mock draft extravaganza together. And we would not be doing this together if not for your work that you've done. So props to you. And then as for me, you can find me on X at Anthony_Russo97. I continually spouting off draft opinions that will stoke the flames of fury for many, but you can find all my stuff there, and I will be with the Draft Professor over the next few weeks as we begin to scout for 2026. We're already diving headfirst into that, so
it never ends, man.
It truly never ends. So get excited.
Yep. And yeah, there's so many people that were drafting. So I want to give a shout out to a few people. So it was really good to meet Jay at the combine. He was sitting like 3 rows in front of us where Bill Carroll was sitting. To my right was Gene Clemens, who was drafting for the Giants. So
shout out to Gene.
Okay. So you knew Gene. I hadn't met Gene yet. So definitely want to give a shout out to just, I guess, a lot of the people I've met. Stadium Rant. I met you at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, and then you were drafting for the Patriots. And then one of your other guys was in the Bills war room. But there's so many of you, and I'm going to forget, I'm not going to remember all 32 of you. And that's
or like 96 of you. Like a lot of these were teams of people GMing too. So
and
that was super fun. I had a great time with that. I love that part.
So the whole idea with the war rooms, I had an idea in my head. I ran it by Will, and Will's like, "Well, I had already done that." Because you said that you did it last year during Draftapalooza and stuff. So that feels like it worked.
But by the way, what I also said to you was it was the most fun I had in the whole draft season was collaborating on our show, doing a mock war room, and then Corey and I picking in that draft. It was way more fun than doing it by yourself because we all get in our bubbles of what we think, and building consensus is way more like the real thing. For this, because it was so fast picking, we had to build a board, in one night, the 3 of us built a board with 100 players on it. So we added to that even yesterday. So yeah,
we did that with Buffalo, and then they ignored the board.
Yeah, we did pretty good with the board. We did not too bad, but still, it's that's way more work than just picking off your top of your head or even your own board. You have to try to figure out what other people think and work with them. That's a skill that we should all have more. It benefits you in life.
So a suggestion, if you're still listening, go to YouTube, Google Epic Mock 25. I did that right before the podcast because this podcast is actually playing on the TV that's right behind my camera. But Gene Clemens, your YouTube was the first thing that came up when I searched Epic Mock 25. But Price Carter, I saw yours. I saw Jay's from Indianapolis. I saw yours. So if you search Epic Mock 25 on YouTube, you're going to be able to see some different perspectives on the event. And, if you get bored, go watch it. It's good content to see other people's perspectives. And that's what this is all about. So we could probably sit here and keep thanking everybody and stuff like that. For Will and Anthony, you had the toughest podcast assignment. You went 4.5 hours. No other podcast this week went more than 3:15.
This is going to be your highest watch show ever, Jim, because that's what happened the last time I was on. Not because of me, but because we were talking about players that don't normally get talked about. I think it's in a way, it's more interesting to see who's picking what in the last day. But
so I'm going to be breaking this podcast up into 3 segments. So you will be able to actually see player 1 through 257 if you're willing to watch whatever that is, 12 straight hours of a mock draft. We had more people watching this mock draft than any of the 32 GM mocks that I have ever done, and I think this is the 4th year I've done it. So
chapeau to you, Jim. That's
everybody made it happen. I have an idea, but unless you let me manipulate you, my idea doesn't come into fruition. And Anthony, I'm glad that made you laugh.
I'm very open to manipulation. So
I'm looking forward to the checks, Jim.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'll pay you 10 times as much as I did last year.
Oh, sweet. I'll tell my wife that. Yeah, that's good.
Cool.
Thanks, guys. Anthony, pleasure, man. Couldn't have had a better cohort for tonight.
Likewise, man. Appreciate it. This was fun.
Yeah. So for the 52 podcasters at the Draft Professor, for the 32 people that were making sure the picks came in on time for 3 straight days, thank you. Thank you. You made the admin's job easy. I and the other admins didn't have to be police. But for the 52 podcasters at the Draft Professor, for the 32 people that were drafting an Epic Mock 25, for Will, for Anthony, for myself, for my kids that want me to finally shut up so that they can do other things in the house. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night, and we will see you on a podcast again tomorrow.